Hey, Fromaholics is Julie B and Doug Hughes. And we've got Carl and Scarlet here. Great to be here talking some From tonight and whatever else people feel like talking about. You can also call in and talk to Doug. I'm going to post the StreamYard link if anyone wants to call in with a question or comment. Don't be shy. Or you can ask stuff in the chat as always, but we're gonna try doing more call-ins and yeah, there's nothing to be nervous about. I promise. It's really not that scary. Hope everybody's doing
well. Dying to hear your sexy voice, so please feel free to call in.
Yes,
a call in was how Julie and I first met one another, actually. So
that's
there
right.
you go.
That's right. It was a call in on Tony's channel. So
right.
Yeah. Why does my light make me look yellow tonight? The hell? It's the same setting I always have. Okay, I think it was too close.
So the woman in yellow today.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's better. Jeez, that was weird. Yeah, the woman in yellow and the man in yellow. Doug, thanks for joining us as always tonight.
My pleasure.
And how are you doing? How's everything going?
Great. I got some good news today. I got the sales figures for that production of Too Many Cooks in Calgary at Stage West, and they did very well. I think I already told you that they're already planning to do a production of Who's Underwear next year. Now I know why, because ticket sales for this one were very good. So that kind of brightened my day.
Oh, so which one is are they talking about? Which one are they?
They did a production of Too Many Cooks.
Yeah.
We posted some pictures of it on here, I think, back when it was running. It was running back around, I think it opened on Valentine's Day, if memory serves, and it ran until about the end of April.
Oh, yeah. I remember that had rave reviews too.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah. They got good reviews.
Yeah.
So they're going to plan a production of Who's Underwear for the same time slot for next year. So that's cool.
That's awesome.
We just found out yesterday, I think, that this production of our second play, A Party to Murder, that's been going on in Shanghai for the last 14, 15 years, they're doing it again this year. It's a very short run. They're only doing 3 performances, but they always do it at Halloween because that's where the play is set. When the play is set, I should say.
Right. Yeah, that's the one that does it every year for Halloween. That's so cool. Yeah. So yeah, and then there's a chance that you could get a production of Sucker in the next year or two, right? Like if this works out, this lead that you've got, maybe.
2 chances actually. There's this theater company in British Columbia, which is now being run by this woman that I used to work with at the Shaw Festival for years and years and years. She was an actress who's now become a director. And the other one is this company up in Thunder Bay, Ontario, which is a long way from here. And I know the director. I've done a couple of shows up there myself, so he's interested in it as well. We just sent him a copy of the latest draft, and he said he's going to get back to me with questions after he's read it. But he's thinking about, he said he was trying to program it either for the 2026 or the 2027 season. So hopefully one of those 2 will pick it up, and, whoever gets it first gets a world premiere. So it's up to them.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So happy for you. That'll be amazing. Then you can publish it, and that'll be your 7th published play with Marcia.
Indeed it will. And I told you about Broadway licensing, didn't I?
Yeah, that it bought
with Concord.
Yeah, merged together.
Yeah. Which is good for us, because it means that the guys in the other offices of Concord who have not been able to promote Deadline because it's not one of their plays, now they can start shopping it around as well. And we already have a German translation. So my plan is to hook up with the Berlin office in the coming weeks. And once we figure out, like right now, the 2 companies have already merged. Concord took over Broadway licensing, I think, on the 8th of May. But as you can imagine, coordinating these 2 huge companies, because they're both massive, is going to involve a lot of time and effort and stuff. So Concord has sort of taken over the marketing aspect of Broadway licensing's plays, as far as I know now. But in terms of, like, if you wanted to get the rights for Deadline, you would still have to go through Broadway licensing. It's going to be a while before Concord takes over that part of the business. So
Right.
once they do, you know, we can start shopping it around in Germany and the German-speaking countries as well. So.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
Well,
So,
Kimberly.
oh, let's see who's here. So hey, just me. There's a new feature on YouTube which is interesting. They just started this weird ranking system in the chat. XP. I don't. What is it? I keep forgetting what XP stands for.
Experience points.
Experience points. What did you say, Doug?
Same thing.
Oh yeah, experience points. So yeah, they depending on how much people post, they how many comments they post. Like there's a ranking system, and so people were. Last night was the first time I've seen it, and I had a live, and everyone was in the chat. Like people were competing for the top spot. It was funny. It's very entertaining, I gotta say. And just me, I don't think you have to sign up. I think it's just automatic. It just happens. So good morning, Dieter. Nice to see you. Hey, Steve. Steve was having fun with it last night too. Yeah. Just me didn't get any ranking. Yeah, I don't know why. And she, I don't understand how it works because she was posting a lot. Doug, you said, do you get more points for using expletives? I wonder how it works.
I find it hard to take this kind of thing seriously because I look at it and I go, yeah, YouTube, did you really need another way to try and hook people into coming on here more often than they already do? I mean, aren't people addicted enough as it is?
I know. It's silly.
It's all dollars for them, I guess. So, whatever.
But it does work. It drives engagement. YouTube, they know what they're doing. Yeah, do they need another reason to get people into it? Yeah, people are already addicted. Hey, with Alice. Let's see. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Let's see. Oh, that's awesome. Just Me has a copy of all 6 of the plays available online and just has something fishy left to read. That's awesome. Just Me.
Yes, I sent her a note in response when I saw that. And I said, you have to bear in mind that we wrote something fishy just prior to Trump 1.0. So when you read it now, it seems kind of trite compared to what it was like back then. I mean, we were writing this, this farcical send-up of politics, which just seems positively tame compared to what we're getting in the daily headlines these days. So
yeah, nowadays politics has gotten so absurd that it's beyond the point of even needing satire in any way. It's stranger and more ludicrous than any satire could be. We're beyond the point of parody. So yeah, I see how that could be a problem for modern audiences. This would be tame. What you would have written about. When did you write that again?
It had its first production in, I think it was 2015, if memory serves me right.
Yeah.
2015 or 2016. But I mean, the play was finished before the presidential campaign started that time around. So, and we were actually, our inspiration for writing it was we were sending up the Canadian political system at the time, but it's kind of, I mean, the published version is actually set in the United States. The original version, of course, was set in Canada because that's where the first production was. But we designed it in such a way that you can set it in whatever country you're doing it in and change the names accordingly, use local names, place names, and we put all that in the published version so that people know that they are able to do that.
Yep.
But yeah, the published version is actually set in the United States, so it's actually a presidential campaign that it's all about.
Oh yeah, and I love political satire, so I think I would really enjoy that in particular. I mean, nowadays it's no fun anymore. So you wrote it right before everything just descended into like the height of absurdity. the end of right at the tail end of sane politics, as it were.
Now, we thought we were at the height of absurdity ourselves, but it turns out we were only in the foothills. So yeah.
Not even close. We thought back in the days of George W. Bush, that was the height of absurdity. What a joke. Now that looks pretty tame. That looks downright normal. Hey, Kelly, nice to see you. Not to get political, guys, but hey, Kelly. What else is going on here? You guys were just chit-chatting. Let me scroll through this real quick. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory. Speaking in Spanish. Right? Oh, no, Italian. It's so similar. The Romance languages look so similar.
Actually, I think that's just badly spelled Spanish.
Oh, is it?
Hola, mi amigos, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was Spanish at first, but I wasn't sure. Let's see. Who else is here? Grant. I sent Grant a link, but he may be at work already, so he may not be able to pop on. But nice to see you there, Grant, as always. I didn't start with the intro video this time, only because we were already starting late, and so I wanted to maximize, time that we have with Doug here. So we'll definitely play Grant's amazing intro outro on the way out of the live later.
Yeah, hey. I'm old and I'll be falling asleep any minute, so
You're actually you stay up. You stay up really late though, for way later than the average person. A lot of people only stay up till midnight on New Year's Eve, and then sometimes not even that.
Well, I don't have to get up in the morning. That's one of the joys of being self-employed. It's a lot like being unemployed, except for the occasional paycheck.
Yeah. Some people, though, regardless, like I didn't understand it. My grandparents, even after my grandfather was retired, they would always get up like clockwork around 8 a.m., sometimes 7:30, and more like 7:30 a.m. And I'm like, why? If you don't have to. But some people just are morning people, and they prefer it that way. So
yeah, and I can certainly dig that. I mean, when I was in theater school, I was getting up at like 6 a.m. every day without thinking about it. And I wasn't getting home from school until like 10 o'clock at night, it was nuts, but you get into a routine and, there you are.
Right. Yeah. Believe me, I know that all too well. I'm trying to fix my messed up sleep schedule as of now. And it's quite a project trying to do that. Hi, Jen. Nice to see you, Jen, the teacher. And hey, Rose Jones, thank you for asking people to hit the like. Please hit the like so people can find the stream more easily. Thank you, Rose.
Hi, Rose.
And with Alice says hi to the whole panel in the chat. And JT Moore, nice to see you. And Kimberly, I finally got to Kimberly. Congrats. She said congrats on the wonderful news, Doug. So happy for you.
Thank you.
Let's see what else is going on here. I think I already said good morning, Dieter, but good morning, Dieter. Samuel said, hopefully it's a good merger, the Broadway licensing thing.
Well, the thing about it is it makes Concord a monster. I mean, they already were. Both companies were really, really big because they were conglomerations of smaller publishing houses themselves. And now Concord is like, if you're doing anything that's been published, whether it's a musical, a play, whatever, almost all of it is their property now. It's nuts. It's I mean, they were huge already, but now they're it's just
like a monopoly?
It's beyond, beyond,
Yeah, I don't like monopolies. I don't like how that. I think we need to start busting them up, like go Teddy Roosevelt and trust busting. Start busting up monopolies, because then they have the consumers, over a barrel. You can the less competition there is, the more these companies can, when you have mergers of different cable companies and phone companies and stuff, they can charge whatever they want. It's a problem.
In this case, though, that's not really an issue because, when it comes to securing rights for plays, regardless which of the two companies you went to, the numbers were basically the same. So it's not going to be about that. You know, it's like you're not going to find that suddenly when you go to order a play, the prices have been jacked up through the ceiling. I don't think that's going to happen at all. You know, I mean, these people, after all, deal with theater companies who don't have a lot of money to begin with. So, yeah,
Right.
I don't think this is going to be a case of, okay, now we can really start, you know, putting the screws to them. I don't think that's going to be it at all.
Oh, that's a good thing. So that's not a bad merger. Every once in a while, the government actually like denies a merger, and it's nice to see because I think they allow too much of that to run amok. Hey, Zapped and Kaboom, and with Ms. Crafty Capricorn, Christine Jellybean. Nice to see you guys.
I haven't met a lot of these people. Hi, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice to see everybody. Samuel, one of our regulars, YouTube is encouraging spamming. Lovely spam.
Yes, I was going to thank Samuel earlier for the Monty Python reference.
Yes. And I actually get the reference because I've now experienced the Monty Python. I didn't know what I was missing.
Spam! Sorry, I can't help myself. Have you ever seen that skit?
I think so. On YouTube. Yeah, I've definitely seen that one.
With the Vikings singing spam, 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 spam. Shut up, bloody Vikings. I just takes me back to my high school years. I can't tell you.
I love it. Yeah, I can't believe I waited so long to check out Monty Python. It's so funny. It's timeless too.
I lived for that stuff when I was in high school. It just they were the height of everything, you know.
Yeah, I bet.
And my poor mother just couldn't understand it, you know. It was just utterly beyond her, you know. And it's like, come on, Mom, the fish slapping dance. It's like inherently funny. And she's like, I don't understand these people.
Yeah,
these funny walks. I do not get it. Why is it funny?
I guess humor is subjective.
So. Why is it funny?
Yeah. Humor is a subjective thing.
Yeah, and it's also sometimes culture bound, you know, there's that too. And I think a lot of people in North America, the people who didn't get Monty Python, it had a lot to do with the culture that it came from, you know, like absurdist humor was not part of, for the most part, was not part of North American culture, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It makes sense. Yeah, cultural differences. And there's a lot of some British humor just doesn't resonate as well in America too. Like British comedy is very different than American comedy, and
Canadian comedy too, because you know comedy here is much more informed by British culture. And you know, I always used to say that the problem with British and Canadian humor is that it's laced with irony, and Americans don't get irony. And I think it's because it sounds too much like ironing, and everybody hates ironing. So, you know, that's my theory anyway, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. I love ironic humor. I don't know. I don't know why people wouldn't get that or enjoy it, but there are certain things that resonate really well in certain cultures and take off like crazy, and then other people don't understand it, like Jerry Lewis. Like the French love Jerry Lewis, right? And over here not so popular. So
no, indeed. Although I understand he's really big in Poland.
Oh yeah.
There's a British video game called Thank Goodness You're Here that's pretty funny, and it has Matt Berry and some other British comedians, but it's really, really British.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of jokes, even though I'm kind of like I've watched a lot of British comedy, some of the jokes just went over my head.
Sometimes, yeah.
A video game?
Yeah, it's called Thank Goodness You're Here. It's a very like kind of simple walkthrough game where you try to help people, and all these crazy things just keep happening. But it's got a real good British bent to it.
Mackie says, we get irony. Come on, Doug. Yes, of course, I'm generalizing, but I'm just talking about culture. Ironically, one of my favorite jokes which is laced with irony, was told to me by an American, a guy from Chicago. He said to me one day, and I can't remember what the context was, but he just said to me, ask me who invented sarcasm. I said, okay, who invented sarcasm? And he says, I did. It just destroyed me. I mean, it's a simple little thing, but I love that joke.
Yeah, it's a great joke. It's a great joke. Hey Mackie, nice to see you. He says, hey Julie, Doug, Scarlet, and Panda. And Mackie is number 9 on the top fan list right now. We got competition underway. That's the ranking system of YouTube now with the chat. The more
XP thing you were talking about.
Yep, the XP thing. And good evening, beautiful peoples, says Shadow Skull. Good evening to you too. Nice to see you.
Hey, Shadow Skull.
Hey, AA. Hey, Robert. Robert, nice to see you, my friend. So I did share the call-in link. I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat if anybody would like to call in with a question or a comment. Just me had said reading earlier. She said reading plays is something I've never really done before, but it's been awesome. Imagining it as you read it, I totally recommend them. So she's endorsing Doug's plays.
Thanks for the plug, Just You.
Yes. Yeah, it's great. You know, it is fun to imagine it. The way that you paint the picture is so clear. I can imagine the action going on in my head. I really enjoy that. I only have read a handful of plays myself. I mean, I've read like Shakespeare and stuff like that. But other than that, not a lot of plays. And I loved reading Deadline. And I definitely want to read the rest of Doug's plays.
Well, you know, that process of visualizing what you're reading, I find I do that with everything I read, at least with fiction, you know, and I read a lot of fiction. Most of my reading, in fact, is fiction. And you can't help but do that, you know, and that's one of the joys of reading, I think, is that it creates, you're creating this whole world inside your own head, courtesy of the writer.
Yes. I always do that. Like I read every word of descriptive text, you know, in fiction. Like if they're trying to paint a picture of the environment or a character, like I really try to envision what I'm reading. And I always have done that. I don't like skim through the descriptive parts. I like to try to visualize everything.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because in both of my novels, I spent a lot of time on the descriptive stuff, because I think because the images were so clear in my head, I wanted to put as much of that as I could onto the page. And a few people who have read them have said, you know, you don't need as much of that description of the setting or whatever as you've got. And it's like, well, I don't know if I need it all, but I want it. So there it is.
I love it. I love it. The more, the better. I've always loved descriptive writing in fiction. And so, yeah, the more colorful and vivid the descriptions, the better for me. I love it. I love the way you paint a picture in your novel and in your play. So, hey, let's see, Baby Clay YouTube, YT, but that says for YouTube. Hello, Julie, Mr. Doug, Scarlet, and Pandecolima. Baby Clay has a channel too.
Oh, hi, Baby Clay. I'm glad you pointed that out. I saw YT and I immediately thought Yukon Territory. I thought, oh, we've got someone from Whitehorse, but apparently not.
Yeah, it's channel actually, and he's covered from as well. So, and Dieter dropped the link to his channel. So, yeah, folks, check out Baby Clay's YouTube channel. Oops, Scarlet popped on and off again. Probably some device troubles. Well,
Whitehorse, by the way, is a fascinating town. If you ever get up there, it's an amazing place. I've never seen anything like it. I was there for about a week, many years ago, when I was shooting a film for TV, a Canadian thing. And we were there in like April. So just the end of, like, there was still snow on the ground, which is why we were there. We had to shoot a winter scene in April, and it was the only place that still had snow. So there we were up in Whitehorse, and it was fascinating because it's a port, and the people, you meet people there from literally all around the world, and almost all of them tell the same story. You know, they came there for some short-term reason or other, whatever it was, and then they just never left. And I've never been to a place where virtually everybody you meet is from somewhere else, the way it was there. And it's such a quirky place too, you know, like what you'd walk down the street and the first thing you'd see is this big shit kicking bar, and right next door to it would be this little chocolate shop where they sell handmade truffles made by these two Dutch lesbians who ran the place. And it's just like, where would you find two places like this next door to each other, but in Whitehorse? And the whole town sort of seems like that. And it's surrounded by mountains. And the mountains there are really interesting because they're all like almost exactly the same height and shape. They look like somebody cut them out with a cookie cutter. I've never seen anything like it. It's an amazing place. And there we were only there for a week. And by the end of the week, virtually everybody on the shoot was trying to fabricate some reason to come back. You know, it's a phenomenal place.
That is so interesting. Oh, wow. Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, just a melting pot of different places and different influences and cultures. That's so cool. We have some tourist areas where you see a lot of tourists from other places, but other than that, it's we have nothing like that around here. Like you go to like the Newport Cliff Walk, and people from all the different countries, if they visit Rhode Island, that's where they're going. It's like the #1 spot. So you'll hear people speaking all different languages, walking the cliff walk, and it's a beautiful place. So Just Me said directed at you, Doug. True, however, with plays, it feels faster and more real. I feel like I'm in the actual theater while reading it.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
That sounds very similar to the process I go through when I read a play, actually.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. So let me see. Where did I Steve said, I'm #1, bitches. He's #1.
I'm very happy for you, Stevens.
Oh shit. You know what I just noticed? We have the wrong background. We're in Duster land. We're in Phoenix, Arizona, when we should be in Fromville. Let me fix that. Where our last stream was in Duster. So
there we go.
There we go. We need Fromville back. There's the diner. I could have gone the whole live like that. Anyway, I hate all mod cons. Where's your first post? I don't see it. Oh, she said, hold on. I'm trying to highlight it. She said, Doug, I want to thank you so much for my cameo. I'm the burnt out collections agent. You made me cry happy tears. It was just what I needed. You're the best.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, sweetheart, because you know that's the challenge with these things, is you never know if they're actually going to accomplish what you're trying to do. So I'm very pleased to hear that. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Doug puts a lot of care and thought into every cameo, and not everybody does who's on Cameo. You don't phone it in. You don't just turn on the video and just read from a script. You really take the time to put thought and make it worth whatever they're paying, you know, make it worth, the purchase. And so, I know people appreciate that, and they can see the difference. The difference shows between the one where you're just half-assing it like some people do, and the amount of time and effort that you put in.
Well, I mean, I kind of can't help myself because it's kind of like coming up with the pictures for the little guy, when I'm posting those. It's just a fun, creative process for me. It's something I enjoy doing, and also there's just the awareness that, okay, people are paying money for this, so like put some effort into it. That just seems like a given to me.
That's how it should be, for sure. But I've seen a lot of examples of cameos where it's not like that at all. So I know people appreciate it and can see the difference. And it's awesome. So the link to Doug's cameo, by the way, if anyone wants to order a personalized cameo from Doug, the link to it is in the description of this video, along with the links to where you can find Doug's plays, including Deadline, and Doug's website as well. Shadow Skulk said different places and cultures are fantastic, even within the U.S. Parts of me loved growing up between 7 states. Wow. And 16 towns because of all the differences I was able to experience. Wish I could travel. Yeah.
I wish I could travel more. I have to say, travel is like, if I won the lottery, I think that's the first thing I would be doing, is just seeing as much of the world as possible.
Yeah. It's I wish I could travel myself. I just can't. I can hardly travel at all. I haven't gone anywhere in years, but eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to travel and see some more places. I've hardly been anywhere, and I would love to. Almond Khan said, what Doug said to me was totally original. Definitely no script. It was personalized as can be. Yes, it was. It certainly was.
And a lot of that has to do with the nature of what you've asked for, because it was very clear what you were asking for. So, you know, that sort of makes my job easier.
Yeah, I mean, still, like, yeah, it's a personalized request, but yeah, you could make it, you could like spout some generic platitudes. You could totally do that, you know, like just keep your chin up, you got this, you know, like that kind of stuff. But but you don't do that, and people notice the difference. Let's see. Yeah, Scarlet, welcome back.
There was someone had a question earlier that went by. Let's see if I can find it.
Who was it?
Yeah. There were a couple of them, actually. I can't find them now. Oh, there's one of them here from Christine. She's asking, is this Doug's first major TV spot? I guess that depends on how you define your terms. That film that I referred to, the one in the Yukon, was at the time a really big deal. It was written by Paul Gross, who used to star in the series. What was that series called? He played a Mountie that was working in the States. I can't remember now. Anyway, it was this long-running TV series, was a big hit. And Paul wrote this script that was based on a book, on a real event, actually. It was called Gross Misconduct. It was about this guy who played hockey for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And his life story was like amazing. And after he left hockey, he ended up drifting down to Florida, where he was accused of a murder and actually went to trial. He had nothing to do with it, but, you know, and then he was killed in a mugging one night in June of 1988, just sitting in a car, sharing a doob with a friend of his. And these guys came up and they had, like, I think they had about $4 on them. And these guys came up and mugged them. And when they found out they only had $4, they blew them away.
Wow.
It's an amazing story. And it was directed by Adam Agoyan, who's a, you know, major film director. So that, and also the largest part I ever had. The guy playing Brian Spencer, the central character, I was playing his twin brother. So it was a big deal.
Yeah.
And it was an amazing experience because we shot here in Toronto. Then we spent a week in the Yukon. And then we spent a week and a half down in Palm Beach, Florida. So it's like 3 very different worlds. And when we were down in Florida, we actually met a lot of people who were connected with the real story. We met his girlfriend, who was still there. The woman who falsely accused him of murder actually showed up on the set one day and tried to stop us from filming, which was wild.
Oh my God.
One of the guys who was doing security for the shoot was one of the prison guards who guarded Spencer when he was on trial for the murder, because he was locked up for a while pending the trial. So it was very strange because we knew this was based on a real story, but of course it's a script. It's been dramatized and all of that, right? And it wasn't until we got to Florida that the real world that we all sort of knew about, but, you know, didn't feel that we were really a part of, was right there staring us in the face, you know, on so many levels. It was very interesting.
Wow.
So there was that, but it was just a short-term deal. You know, it was like a film. We shot it and it was over and that was it.
Yeah.
This would certainly be the biggest thing since then. I can say that confidently. Yes.
We should watch a couple of Adam's films.
Oh yeah, he's done some very cool stuff.
Yeah, Sweet Hereafter and Exotica, and I like Chloe. Some people don't. I do.
I haven't seen Chloe. I haven't seen everything that he's done, but
yeah,
everything that I have seen of his, I've really liked.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very quirky guy. He's a lot of fun. I think I told this story on here before, but part of the real story was the very first night that Brian Spencer was playing on national TV. He was playing for the Leafs. I forget what team they were playing that night, but it was being broadcast across the country, right? So his dad, who lived in the middle of nowhere up in northern British Columbia, went out and bought a new antenna for his TV because he wanted to make sure he could watch his kid's game that night. And then no sooner does he get the antenna up when he goes and he turns on the TV and he puts it on CBC, the station that shows the hockey games. And there's a notice saying that for people in BC that night, they're going to be showing the Vancouver Canucks game, not the Toronto Maple Leafs game. And he loses it, the father. Gets in his pickup truck with a shotgun and a 40-pounder of vodka, and he drives down to Prince George, which is the nearest CBC affiliate, backs up the entire staff against the wall and demands that they put his kid's game on TV. And they're like, dude, we can't help you. The feed comes from Toronto. We have no control over this at all, you know. And they finally talk him down and make him realize that there's nothing they can do. And he apologizes for what he's done. Meanwhile, one of them snuck out and called the RCMP. So he goes out the door back out to the parking lot, and there's all these RCMP guys pointing guns at him. They tell him to drop his shotgun. What does he do? He takes a shot at them and they blow him away. And this is all happening while his kid is being interviewed between the periods on national TV. And
that's crazy.
Informed him about it at the end. So we're up in the Yukon, and I'm talking to the guy who's playing our dad. And Adam comes up between the two of us, and he says to this actor, he says, "Yeah, Peter, the drive down to Prince George, because they were going to film this scene of him in the car, you know, heading down to Prince George." Pete says, "Yeah, what about it?" He says, "Do you think he'd be crying?" And Pete says, "You mean like tears of rage, that kind of thing?" And Adam says, "Yeah." And Peter says, Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good idea." And then Adam says, "Do you think he'd be naked?" Peter and I kind of look at each other like, what the fuck is this? And then we see Adam's, you know, this hint of a smile on Adam's face, and it's like, oh, you prick. He just had that kind of sense of humor. And that day when this woman showed up on the set, the one that falsely accused Spencer of murder, she was talking to the producer, you know. Adam had a little film camera he was using to sort of film the making of his own sort of home movies of the making of this film, right? He immediately zooms in on them like we're setting up a shot. We're like ready to go. And they're like, "Adam, we're good." He's like, "Yeah." Meanwhile, he's like filming this hooker who's talking to our producer. He was a character.
Wow.
And also there was an electric chair because in Florida at the time, I don't know if this is still true, murder was a capital crime, and the method of execution was the electric chair. They called it Old Sparky. When the shoot was done, he took the electric chair. It was a prop, right? He took the electric chair home and put it in his den. So he's just
oh my God, that's dark.
Yeah,
that's dark. I wouldn't want to look at that thing.
He has a very dark side, does our Adam, but he's a lot of fun. He's a very sweet guy.
That must have been such a fun, entertaining experience. Wow.
Oh my God. I have never experienced anything like that before. It was amazing.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think
what was the name of the film again, Doug?
It's called Gross Misconduct, which was also the name of the book that it was based on. Okay. It's not a very good film, unfortunately. There were a lot of issues. There were a lot of production issues that
Yeah.
really, because it was done by the CBC,
Mhm.
there were a lot of constraints put on the process that really damaged the quality of it. And I wouldn't recommend it. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
We'd like to at least watch your scenes, Doug.
I wouldn't
yeah,
even recommend those particularly. I mean,
really.
a couple of them are fun. There's one scene when I show up in Florida to go to the court, and this was based on a real event, and his brother's name was Byron. Brian Spencer was the hockey player, and his brother's name was Byron. Who names twins Brian and Byron? Please explain that to me.
Oh boy.
Anyway, there's a scene where
more.
I'm coming off the bus. I've come all the way from northern BC on the bus to Palm Beach, and I'm coming off the bus and I have no upper teeth because they got lost at customs or some damn thing. I can't remember what happened. So I had to black out all my teeth. It was really attractive. I think I have a still picture I could find somewhere. Maybe I could post it on here.
Oh, I would love to see that. Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Bear with me. I'm just going to take a look on my hard drive and see if I can find it. So talk amongst yourselves while I do this.
Yeah. Let's see here. I got a few comments starred. Hey, Jackson Rains. Nice to see you. Hey, hope you're doing well. Let's see. Shadow Skulk had said, oh, that would be a great prop to keep, meaning the electric chair. I'm guessing. Yikes. Not for me. I could not look at that thing. SL Rhodes said Julie and Tony back to back. Good sesh. Oh, thanks. That makes me feel good. Like Tony had a live. He's now back to doing From lives again, which is awesome to see. He does them on Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern. And so it's awesome. Yeah. So we're back to back again where we were before. He does his live. When he finishes, and I start mine, and he was kind enough to send people over here as usual. I popped in his chat to say hi, and he said we'd be doing live after, and he was also talking about the convention idea he has again. He wants to do a small version of the convention that he has been wanting to do for a long time, but ran into a lot of legal issues with MGM and stuff. But with this smaller scale convention, he thinks that he can actually make this happen, and hopefully if all goes well, he wants to have me do is my camera lagging? Okay, that's better now. He wants to have panels, and he wants to have give me my own panel, and then I'd be on a panel with him and some other people, some other content creators, and I would be honored. I mean, that would be such an honor. I mean, I never imagined in a million years I would be invited to be at a convention and have a panel and people would want to hear anything I have to say. That would mean so much. So I hope we can make this happen. And so anybody in the community that wants to, pitch in with ideas and help figure out the logistics of it, help Tony, put our heads together, see if we can make this happen as a community. Because I think it would be a lot of fun if we could get together, as many of us as possible, and not have the actors, because that'll be a logistical nightmare with the shooting of From. It would just be as much as we would love to have the actors, I don't know, we might be able to, Tony was saying, maybe we could get somebody, at least maybe some of the monsters, or who knows. Ideally, the goal that Tony had was to have some of the actors at the original convention idea, but it's just going to be too difficult to do with the orchestrate with the shooting of From, and MGM having legal issues with it and whatnot. So I don't know. It might just be content creators, and if that's the case, I would love to be included. And so I really appreciate that Tony wants to include me, and hopefully we can make it happen. We'll keep you guys posted. And if anyone has any ideas, he said maybe Nashville, he might want to do it, and we'll put our heads together as a community and try to make this happen, because I think it would be so much fun to meet people from the fandom who we know online as this online family, but we've never actually gotten to meet each other.
Maybe Doug could come down. Have you been to Nashville, Doug?
No, I haven't, but I won't be traveling to the United States in the immediate future.
Yeah, they're
I
making
don't
it
know how
too.
much you know about what Canadians go through trying to cross the border right now. I mean, I have larger reasons for not wanting to come, but that one alone is a deal breaker. So yeah, that's not going to be happening, unfortunately. I haven't found the picture I'm looking for, but I have found a couple from this production, which you might like. The first one here, Julie, you can probably see these, because I've presented them. Can you see these pics?
Oh, is that what that is? I thought Dieter was adding more stuff.
No,
Yes,
that's
there we
me.
go.
The first one
Okay.
there is Daniel Kash, who is Marcia's cousin, by the way. He played the
Oh,
lead.
nice.
And this is me. And this woman
Oh,
in the
wow.
middle was Brian Spencer's real life girlfriend.
Oh, that's so cool, Doug. Oh, that's awesome.
And the next one here was a picture of me with Lenore Zan, who played the part of the hooker, the one that falsely accused him of murder in the film. She and I had a couple of scenes together. That's us goofing around at the bar.
You look like you're having fun.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find the other one for you. This might take a few minutes.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Thanks for sharing. Let's see. I'll take that one off. Let's see. Christine said I just watched the trailer and I've seen that movie. It's not too bad. It's made corny bad on purpose. She's thinking maybe they made it corny bad on purpose.
No, they made it corny bad because it was the CBC. That was we were very Adam was so frustrated through the whole process because like virtually none of the way he wanted to do things ended up being the way things got done. So yeah, I think it's always been a sore point for him, that film.
Yeah. I would love to see anything that you were in. I would just enjoy seeing it. Any of your I know you've done a lot of day player roles. I wonder if there's anything on YouTube somewhere, any scenes of stuff that you've been in. It would probably be hard to dig
no
up.
idea about that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see some of the other stuff you've done. Because unfortunately, I would love to see, the plays you've been in, but unfortunately, that's not how it works. You don't record plays and put them online. So
no, indeed. I mean, they do record them, but they only do archival videos, and you can't get access to those. They're strictly for archival purposes, and they're very strictly managed. There are lots of rules about how you record them. They have to be done from the back of the theater. You have to hang a thread down the middle of the image so that it's, it can't be used commercially. And they always look like crap anyway. They're just for the theater's, historical purposes, really.
what a shame.
There's no way to watch a play. I can tell you, I've had a look at archival videos, and they're about as much fun to watch as watching paint dry.
Yeah, it would be so much fun to get to see some of these roles that you played in so many amazing productions over the course of your career. It would be so cool. I just wish it were possible.
Well, I have lots of still pictures from various productions, but that's the best I can do.
Well, those are fun to look at too. I've seen a few of those from productions you've done. Those are awesome. Some of the costumes were that one that your avatar in Discord. What's that from? The
I
blue
just passed
face.
that picture here. I'll let me see if I can copy this.
That one's crazy. That one is pretty wild.
It was from a production of A Christmas Carol, and I was playing Marley's ghost.
Nice.
And let me see. I think I should be able to find that one fairly quickly for you. So hang on a second.
They did an amazing job with the makeup on that. When I at first I didn't realize it was you. I was like, wait a minute, that's Doug's face looking like a blueberry, like covered in blue paint.
Well, actually, the blue was just a light. The makeup was all white and black, and actually they didn't do the makeup. I did the makeup. I did that myself.
No way.
I had to show up an hour before the half every single show to produce that effect. Yeah, it was tricky.
That's amazing. Well, I would have sworn that looks like blue face paint. How about that?
It's just a blue special. All right, I found the picture. Now I just have to get it into here.
Hey, Alexis. Alexis is here. She made a hammerhead shark and a Charlotte's Web crochet. That's cool. Posted them on her story. Yeah, if you want to get on a wait list, I'm sure there's a long wait list right now, but Alexis is she still makes the From dolls. It just might take a while before she could get to your order, but check her out on Instagram. Check out, oh, so you found it, Doug?
I did. I just posted it.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. It's a little bit of a lag, but it's popping up here. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was
Oh
a
my
lot of
God.
fun. I loved playing that role. I have to say, 2 show days were a bitch, but it was a lot of work. I played Marley in the first act, and then in the second act, I played Old Joe, the guy that runs the shop in the part of the story when it's the ghost of Christmas yet to come, and they're divvying up all of Scrooge's belongings. I played the guy who ran the shop there. And between doing those 2 roles and everything else I had to do in the show, it was literally like nonstop from the minute the curtain went up until it went down. And I was just, at the end of a 2 show day, I was just exhausted.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I bet 2 shows in one day. Yeah, that's tiring. It's gotta be. Oh, it must have been so much fun. I absolutely love A Christmas Carol, and to be part of a production like that, that's so cool. They did an amazing job on your costume, and you put that makeup on yourself. That's so amazing. What a costume. I would have sworn all of that was blue face paint. It's amazing what they can do with lighting on stage. That's so cool. Dieter said the man in blue. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
I
awesome.
found the picture I was looking for. It's gonna take me a second to get it up here, so to speak.
Okay. We'll take this one off. Oh, we lost Carl and Scarlet. Hopefully they'll be back on. Oh, we got oh, Carl is here.
I don't know how well you can see this, but that's me posing with Adam. And yeah, I'm missing all my upper teeth.
Let's see, where are we here? Oh, there we go. Pulling it up. Oh wow, yeah, and people can also zoom in on whatever device they're on too. If they're on like but I can see your blacked out teeth.
And I have to say, they went out of their way to make me look as geeky as possible in this thing.
You do have a real geeky look there, real nerdy.
Yeah. No, that was the guy, unfortunately.
Oh wow, yeah. Your hair looks like a different color than I've seen in other pictures. Did they do something?
They dyed it.
They
dyed. Both of us had to get our hair dyed, and Christine has put in here gross misconduct. It was not the BCB, it's the CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Oh, okay.
And they've got a streaming service called Gem, and it's probably on there. But like I said, don't go out of your way, because
I would, just out of curiosity. I'd still watch it. I'd watch it at least once. Mackie said, "Uh-oh, foreshadowing. He's wearing yellow." Indeed.
Yeah, I think I wore a couple of yellow shirts now that I think about it. There was another scene the day where I left Florida where I was taking the bus home and I was trying to get Brian to come with me. And I think I was wearing a yellow shirt in that one, a different yellow shirt in that one. Yeah.
Yeah. How about that? Yeah. And you don't typically wear them. Well, I mean, in your own personal life, but that was wardrobe. That was just like part of your wardrobe, right?
I had a yellow dress shirt once when I was working in retail that I used to wear, but yeah, I think that's about the only yellow thing I've ever owned.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably not as messed up as what they did to your teeth on From, but maybe we'll get a better, we didn't get to see a good look at it. Maybe we'll see a better view of it on season 4.
Yeah, I imagine that's only a matter of time.
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to what they're gonna do with you on that. We had a question earlier I want to get to that was a little old. I meant to get to this sooner. Baby Clay said, Mr. Hughes, if you could compare From to a book or a novel, what would you compare it to without spilling the beans? LOL.
Oh, yes, I saw that. That's the one I was looking for earlier. I saw that question go by. It's an interesting question. And the problem is questions like this, I hear them and I always draw a blank. And half an hour later, I go, oh, I should have thought of that. I can't think of a book off the top of my head, a specific book off the top of my head that I could compare From to. All I can tell you is that when I was in my teenage years and early 20s, I was a huge science fiction fan. And a lot of that stuff that I read was really dark. And if there's anything that I've read that From calls to mind, it's some of that stuff. There's a great anthology that Harlan Ellison edited. It's called, he did one called Dangerous Visions. The second one was called, again, Dangerous Visions. And it's an anthology of short stories from some really top-tier science fiction writers, complete with an introduction from Harlan about each of the writers before each story. And some of the stories in that book are really dark. There's one called In the Barn, where these people travel to an alternate universe, a very similar universe to the one that we live in. It's Earth, but on this Earth, instead of having cows, they have women who are specifically bred to produce milk. And they have men that are specifically bred to stud these women. And they're the thing underneath their tongues is cut so that they can't speak when they're born, and they're just treated exactly like animals. And so these people are visiting this world are of course horrified by this. But I guess the point that the writer's trying to make is this really any different than the way we treat these animals,
Wow.
Yeah, it's very, very dark stuff.
That is dark. That is
There's
dark.
an amazing short story in there by Ursula K. Le Guin, who is a brilliant science fiction writer. I forget the name of it off the top of my head, but it's about these people who are trapped on this planet. They crash land on the northern part of the planet where it's like, Arctic temperature. And they have to survive. They don't have any supplies. They have nothing, And there are these huge animals there that are about the size of whales, but they live above ground. And they actually crawl inside one of them, and they find that these animals are producing a kind of milk that they're able to ingest. And they discover the animals themselves are not really intelligent, but they discover these, I guess they're kind of like the equivalent of a spinal cord, these cords that they can manipulate to get the animal to go where they want it to go. And so they convince this animal, which I think is about to give birth, to turn around and head towards the equator so that they can get out once they get down to more temperate temperatures and live. But the whole time that they're doing it, and as they start to move away, this animal, which is on the verge of giving birth, starts shuddering. And one of them realizes that it's the animal weeping because it's not going where it's supposed to go. And so it's this whole moral question of like, do we really have the right to do this? And a lot of the stories in this book have those kinds of moral messages at the heart of them. There's a short story by Kurt Vonnegut called The Big Space Fuck, which I think I've mentioned in here before. And it takes place in the near future on Earth, where we've messed up the planet so badly that the best plan we've got now is this rocket, the nose cone of which has been filled up with freeze-dried sperm, and they're going to send it to the Andromeda galaxy in the hope of it landing on some planet where it can impregnate something and maintain the human race.
What the hell?
It's insane. But the odd thing is, some of the things that he predicts in this story have actually kind of come true. And I was thinking about this the other day when Trump dropped that F shot on TV during an interview, because he talks in the story about how in this near future, all the politicians and people in front of the camera are using foul language, like without any compunction whatsoever and stuff like that. It's just one of the many details he comes up with. But his description of the near future, some of it at least, is eerily accurate. So all of these stories have, well, again, the title of the book is Dangerous Visions. So, you get a lot of that kind of feel from the stories in it. I would recommend it if you can find a copy of it somewhere.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It reminds me of the kinds of stories that Rod Serling would tell sometimes on the Twilight Zone, like cautionary tales, like different dystopian futures that could happen based on where things were headed, where humanity was headed, and so really thought-provoking stuff. Oh, we've got a call in here, and it is Dieter. I'll add you, Dieter.
Hey, Dieter.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. What's on your mind?
Not much. I don't have I don't have a question. I just want to say that
Okay.
Julie made this amazing community, and thanks to this community, I met amazing people like you, Doc, Tony, Scarlet, Carl, Samuel, Doc, Kaiju, and a lot more. And that's about it.
Well, thank you. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks, dear.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Huh? What, Dieter?
Keep it up. You got this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. That's for sure. Thank you. And thank you for everything you do. You're an amazing person. Talk about amazing people. Everything that you do to support me and the channel and the Discord. We appreciate you so much. So please don't ever leave us.
Oh, I never will. I will always got your back and for the community.
Dieter's the GOAT, without a doubt.
How's the weather today in Belgium?
Today is gonna be okay. The past few days was like almost 40 degrees Celsius. That's about 102 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
And today is gonna be a bit cooler,
Jeez.
thankfully.
103 degrees, the real temperature, not just the heat index? Wow.
104, actually.
Oh my God.
Roast goat.
What?
Roast
What
goat.
Oh,
goat for
yeah.
dinner.
Goat is roasting now.
That's why I was asking about the weather, because I've been hearing about how most of Europe has been under that kind of a heat wave for the last few days. People dying in Italy from heat stroke and stuff.
Oh damn, yeah.
Yeah. It was awful here. We had our heat wave last week, and then now it's just nasty, humid. But that's worse than what we had. We topped out at 100 degrees Fahrenheit one day last week. And it was just one day. The other days were 90s, and it's awful, not fun. Oh geez, Just Me said it's 110 here. Where are you, Just
Ooh.
Me? That's crazy. Where are you?
In hell?
Texas? Is Just Me in Texas?
Teeter said in hell.
Well,
it sounds
with
like
the heat index last week, it was 115 here one day. So,
oh God,
Yeah.
that's wild.
I've never seen that.
I always just had this misconception that anywhere in Canada has got to be way cooler than here, and that you wouldn't have heat like we do in New England. But you're not that much further north, actually, than I am. To be honest, Toronto isn't that far north at all.
No, not at all. We're, climatically speaking, we're basically in the same area you are. It depends on where you go. I mean, for example, you don't have to travel very far. Like if you go from here to Ottawa gets much colder winters than we do, and longer winters. And they're not that far away, but they're just kind of over the line kind of thing. Montreal too. Montreal winters are brutal compared to here.
I bet.
I'm kind of a straight shot. I think we're probably on the same kind of parallel line from Michigan to Toronto.
Yeah, depending on where
The
you
Great
are in
Lakes.
Michigan.
Yeah,
if you're in
square
northern
right
Michigan,
in the middle. Right in the middle. of the Lower Peninsula. I shouldn't say the middle of the Upper Peninsula, right in the middle of the Lower Peninsula.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd have to look at a map to be sure, but yeah, I mean, like
Yeah.
Detroit is
We're a
mostly
little
west
lower.
of here, not that far south, you know?
Yeah, yeah. And we're kind of level with Detroit.
But if you go up into like the thumb up in the northern part of Michigan, you're way north of
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I've heard Montreal winters are brutal. They have some kind of a famous festival that they do in the winter with lots of like winter activities, outdoor activities. Like I think it's and like the mascot of the thing is like a big snowman, the Bonhomme.
Yeah, that's the festival. Yeah, they do it every year.
Yeah, but I heard it's pretty gnarly though. The temperatures that they have to endure to enjoy these activities.
Yeah, because
hey,
they do it in like the coldest time of the winter, like February. You know, it's
they
brutal.
do.
Yeah,
They do. Sounds like a blast though. Tolerate that. Huh. Yes, Scarlet.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend that went to Northern Michigan University, and she got snowed in each year. They would just basically get all their groceries and everything, and then be kind of snowed in for 3 months. You know, and then they eventually plow themselves back out. I'm like, that sounds fun. Good times.
Wow. Shadow Skulk said to Dieter, yes, this community is wonderfully amazing, and I really appreciate all y'all. Thank you for being you. Oh, that was very sweet. Thank you for being you. We're glad that you're a part of the community.
You're amazing, Shadow Skull.
Yeah. Hey, Kendoku. Nice to see you. This is hilarious. There's somebody in one of the recent chats, Doug, was joking. I think I told you already about how like Doug is gonna pretend that he's really at home when he's actually on set filming to throw us off. You're really in front of a green screen. Yes, that this is just a green screen right now. And Steve said, Doug is really committing to pretending that background is real. LOL. Can't fool me, Doug.
The paint looks pretty good.
Well, apparently I'm not allowed to tell you when I'm working. So that's what I
even
do.
that.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, we
for that matter, you know.
Can you tell me how many throats you ripped out already?
How many what?
Throats?
How many
throats you ripped out already?
Oh. Well, that would imply that I was doing something. So no, I guess I can't answer that question.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. So we promise. Yeah, Doug is not faking. He really is at home. That is his real backdrop. There's no green screen. He's not pretending. And yeah, when or if he does shoot from, he cannot tell us. That is, that is the rule for him. His character is more mysterious than the others, so it's different than say Donna or so Liz Saunders saying that she's filming. Everyone expects Donna to be there. The Man in Yellow is such a topic of theory crafting and mystery, so I can understand why they want to keep that under wraps. So when or if Doug shoots from, he cannot share that with us, and we won't try to push him or badger him with questions about it. He just won't be able to tell us. And if he needs to go shoot something, then he'll say he's going to shoot something, and we'll leave it at that. And that's just how it's going to be, because we don't want to risk Doug's job. That's for sure.
Samuel says, for all we know, Doug has already finished filming already, and that's absolutely true.
That's true.
Hey, you never know. It could be like I would imagine that. They'd probably, rather than make you, when and if you do, speaking in legal terms, to keep it all, keep you from getting in trouble, when or if you shoot, I would imagine they would have you shoot everything at once rather than keep you hanging around for months. Like, oh yeah, we'll use you for a little while, then have you hang around and wait, then I would think they would try to shoot everything.
No, I don't think so, because they shoot by episode kind of thing. So it would just depend on what episodes I was in, assuming here's the thing, like the regulars, when they go to shoot there, if they're going to be in several episodes in a row, they actually put them up, you know. But for a character like mine, I mean, that could happen. But I think what's probably more likely is like whatever episodes I end up being in, if assuming I'm in one, they would just bring me out episode by episode and then send me home as soon as they were done with me. But yeah, they shoot each episode sequentially. So there wouldn't really be an option to just, you know, if I were in a whole bunch of different episodes, have me do all the scenes from different episodes at one time. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that would be tricky then. If they have you in episodes over the course of the season, some at the beginning, some at the end, they might have to have you there for quite a long period of time then. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's possible. As I say, personally, I think it's probably more likely that I'll be going back and forth, but
yeah,
who knows?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they probably wouldn't. That's right, going back and forth. Like they wouldn't hold you up for long periods if, like, let's say you're in like something near the beginning, and then you're not in a few episodes, and then you're in another one. Like you'd go back and forth. That makes total sense. I'm sure
One
they
thing
have.
I'm pretty sure they do, because I mean this is what's done in general, is that if you have scenes that are spaced in the same episode, but they're spaced in you know, different parts of the episode, they would probably try to shoot like all of that character's stuff in 1 or 2 days, or however many days it took to do those scenes, as opposed to, you know, bringing them in once and then having them come back a week later to do another scene. Like they would do all of your scenes within an episode as closely together as possible. Yeah, so that stuff would probably not be shot in sequence. I mean, shows like this aren't always shot in sequence anyway. It depends. I mean, they in general, that's sort of how it works. But, you know, with things like this, if you've got a character who's in at the very top of the episode and then again at the end, they would probably bring that person in for one day and just shoot the two of them at the same time. You know, that
Right.
kind of happens all the time.
For convenience sake. And
Well,
yeah,
and cost as well, because then you're not shipping people back and forth, you know, all the time.
and there will be changing seasons too, so it wouldn't really look right. They do a lot of outdoor scenes, and so if you're at the beginning of the season and then you're around again when they get into the fall, that would look weird. So they would have to they would have to have you come back and you know, so that the setting outdoors fits what it's supposed to look like. So
yeah, it would be a bit of a continuity nightmare, you know.
Definitely. Yeah. It's interesting that they chose to shoot in summer instead of going back to their usual shooting schedule of starting in the fall, which was what they originally did. So I guess, yeah, things are going to be a lot different. They're going from winter conditions now. It'll be summer, which honestly, it doesn't surprise me that much because I'm still going with my prediction that they're going to do a time jump anyway. So they can make it whatever season they want. And it's Fromville. They can explain anything away. They could wake up and go from winter to spring overnight, and it wouldn't be that strange at all. They could find some explanation for it, or not really. It would just be another weird thing that's not explained. But yeah, I think they'll do a time jump. So yeah, they can have it just be summer now, and it wouldn't be that strange at all. But I'm surprised that they chose to do it then. It's interesting. Yeah, they've never done that before. It's always been fall or winter, from what I've heard.
Hey guys, I need to step away. I hear the kids upstairs, so I'm gonna take care of them.
Well, thanks for joining.
You're welcome. Good luck on the live stream, and thank you for being amazing people.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Peter.
Peter.
Thank you, Doc, for all your stories. I love them.
My pleasure. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye, Dieter.
Take care.
Bye.
Bill Chill said green screen, Doug in yellow. Yes. Hey, chat, don't get sent to the box. Well, yeah. Hey, if anybody asks a question, eventually when you have more information that you're not allowed to share, yeah, he'll just say he can't share. You know, like it's, you know, he'll just say, sorry, he can't tell you that, and we'll let it go. So but I will say no badgering, no badgering and trying to ask sneak questions or anything like that. Some people do, some content creators are guilty of it too, trying to like ask sneak questions to get actors to give up information, and that's just not right. That's putting your job at risk. I would never do that.
Just going to get a lot of no comments from me, so I can neither confirm nor deny.
You're good at that too. Some actors slip up and like they might let things slip that they're not supposed to. You're good at just like, keeping quiet. You can keep a secret well. So
well, to a point.
I mean, showing pictures again. Sorry, go ahead, Doug.
The tricky part for me was like, I was just given sort of very generalized guidelines in terms of what was acceptable and what wasn't. I mean, when I came on because to be honest, when I did my first few interviews, of course, all they wanted to talk about was what had happened in the scene. And strictly speaking, even though the episode has shown, I wasn't allowed to talk about that because a lot of people haven't seen it yet, And so I always felt a bit uneasy when people asked questions about it. But like in all of these YouTube channels, they're going to be talking about it anyway, whether I say anything or not. So it was kind of a weird position to be in,
Yeah. It is odd because even after it had aired, they didn't want you saying too much, and so it's odd, and it's going to be a long time before you can talk about anything because once you shoot it, then the show comes out probably early 2026, and then even after it's done airing, it's 10 weeks. Then you still have to kind of be quiet about it because it's not certain things because it hasn't been released in all countries. So it'll be a long time before you can talk much about what happens on it, what kind of part you're playing, and what happens in that regard. But
and in terms of our relationship, that's an easy thing to deal with because we can talk about what's okay and what isn't, and talk about ways to talk around those things, because there are lots of ways to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah. It'll never be a problem here. So we can talk around those things, what the parameters are, what you can and can't discuss, so that it doesn't keep coming up and getting annoying for you, and people will get used to that. And our regulars will know, like, not to keep asking the same questions that you cannot answer. And there might be certain like general ideas about the show that you could talk about, but not anything that actually happened on it. Maybe theories, like your own personal ideas, and I know you don't theory craft, but like potential comments on theories, and certain theory discussion might be allowed as long as it's not.
Well, and I've never had a problem talking about theories because it's all guesswork. It's all stuff that is in the future and we don't know about. What I can't talk about is the stuff that I do know about. If I know something, or I can't say something like, no, I can tell you right now that theory is bogus. I can't be definitive about it like that. But I can certainly speculate. There are no spoilers involved in speculation. So
That's awesome. So we can still talk, from topics. It'll just be speculative stuff, ideas and theories, predictions, things like that, but not anything any concrete knowledge you have about it. So, and
at the risk of overgeneralizing, I think the vast majority of people who come and watch these live streams and take part aren't going to want to know that stuff anyway. I mean, wouldn't you rather be surprised by seeing the episode in question than have me spill the beans? Where's the fun in that?
It would ruin the fun for me.
I posted a picture on one of the fan websites on Facebook the other day, and some idiot came on and left some comment saying, you realize that, all of season 4 has already been released, like all the details have been released on spoiler sites, ha, 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 And I contacted the person who administers that particular page, and I said, you really want comments like this on your page? Is this the kind of stuff you want people talking about? Because it's like, what, like, what are you, 8 years old, for God's sake? Anyway.
Yeah. Some people need to grow up, seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we also have plenty of other fun stuff that we can talk about with you other than From as well. We love hearing about your experiences in plays and writing your plays, and just, you know, all of your interesting life experiences that you share with us, your funny stories. And so we'll always be able to talk about that and
totally.
From in general terms too. So yeah, it'll work out just fine. And I don't know, like, they might let you eventually talk about like behind the scenes stuff, like, oh, you hung out with once you're actually confirmed to be on the show and the show is aired, maybe eventually they'll let you talk about, like, oh, you did this with some of the actors and you hung out or whatever. They might let you do that, but not for a long time.
Because again, you know, that's tricky too, again, just for the sake of the people who haven't seen any of the episodes yet. I mean, one thing I had no idea about last season was that, what was it? England had to wait about 3 months before the series was released there, you know, and I had no idea. That I assumed that when they released it everywhere. So, you know, it had been out for, you know, several weeks and the cat was out of the bag and all the rest of it. No, not the case, you know.
It's strange. I wish they would just release it everywhere at once. It would.
Well, and I don't think that's entirely up to them, you know, because it's these streaming services in other countries who have their own agendas and rules and whatever, you know, and I imagine there's a lot of negotiation that goes on about that kind of stuff too. So, I mean, that's not something they can dictate themselves necessarily.
Yeah, I can understand that. Ideally, I'm sure they would prefer to release it everywhere, but Laura had said this earlier and I didn't get to it. She said, does Doug remember what to say if the man in yellow kills Kenny?
Of course. Oh my God, they killed Kenny, you bastards.
You bastard.
Yep. Oh yeah,
Like Kenny doesn't die ever.
Yes, please don't kill Kenny. Don't kill our sweet Kenny. I love Kenny. Hi, Doc, by the way. Nice to see you, Doc. Samuel had a question as well that I didn't get to. Have you ever taken anything home, Doug? Some actors steal props and one even took a motorcycle home.
I can't think of anything.
Well, you took Jim's throat home, I'm assuming, right?
No, I left all that there. No, I can't think of anything. No. I don't think the thoughts ever occurred to me to do that, you know, to take a little souvenir home. It's an interesting thought, you know.
It's From, it would be cool. You know, I don't know what it would be. Maybe some weird little trinket from Victor's room or something. I don't know. They have all kinds of interesting things. Colony House has all kinds of cool stuff too. Really fascinating collection of random stuff there. But yeah, that would be cool. And
Yeah,
obviously you take the suit though. Sorry, what, Carl?
I was gonna say, well, then this time, Doug, bring us all your throats home. Bring them home. We'll auction them off or something.
I'll tell you one thing that one thing I did do once, and this is I think this is the general rule most of the time when you're shooting stuff. If they have to buy a suit or something like that for the episode that you're in or whatever, costumes will often allow you to buy it after they're done with it for half the original price. And I did buy a suit once that I got to wear in this thing.
Oh, nice. Oh, that would be amazing if you'd one day get to take your yellow suit. They'd let you buy it once all is said and done, and they don't need it anymore.
That would be a fun souvenir, I have to say. Yeah,
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
My light is screwed up tonight. Yeah, that would be so cool. I mean, you gotta do that Halloween idea. You gotta like find some kind of yellow suit and dress up for Halloween. It would be amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to do the makeup justice. I would do my own version of it, I guess. But yeah,
Yeah.
there is special makeup you can buy when you have to make up teeth. I would have to invest in some of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be a fun thing to do. I'm just going to get myself a little more water here, if you don't mind. Just be a sec.
Sure. I don't know why my light wants me to be the Julie in yellow tonight, because it's really weird. It's not usually this yellow. I don't get it. It's the same light I always use, and I'm very yellow. Anyway, let's see.
You look fine, Julie. You look fine.
Thanks. I just think my face looks yellow. Let's see. So I want to save these for when Doug is on here, though. Okay, back. Here we go. Samuel said, once From is finished, yeah, you should ask for a yellow suit. If they say no, perhaps it goes missing.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, Doug is way too much of a straight up, rule following guy, stand up guy. Like he wouldn't steal. Can't imagine him doing that. I wouldn't either. Like I'm really ridiculous, like over the top with this stuff. If I accidentally take something like from the supermarket through self-checkout, like there's like one little item I accidentally have in my cart and I get to my car, I feel guilty and I go back in and give it back, even if it costs a few dollars. I don't steal. One time I accidentally took a book home from the bookstore as in a pile of my own stuff that I was working on in the cafe, and I called the store and I told them I accidentally took this book home, and they were like laughing at me and saying, "Oh, just keep it, it's fine." So this is how I am. I'm not a thief. I'm a rule follower like you, Doug.
Yeah, I'm very much the same way.
Yeah.
Me too.
You too. Why did that not sound convincing, Carl?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got something you need to confess?
I better not. I'll keep quiet.
Yeah, better. Buncher Luncher said, Doug, would you please Morse code us secret messages with blinking while filming?
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over really well with the director. What the hell's wrong with your eyes?
Oh, I just got something in my eye. Yeah, just a little irritated.
Here's that book I was talking about earlier.
Oh, wow. Cool. Interesting artwork. Like the way that the font is. It's very artistic.
It's very 70s. This book came out, I think, in 1971, if memory serves me right. I found it in the high school library when I was in like grade 9 or 10.
It's very flower power. Yeah. 70s.
You know what? I'm going to reread this because I haven't looked at it in a very long time. And some of those stories are pretty awesome. So I think I'm going to revisit that. And actually, one of the best parts about this book is Harlan Ellison's descriptions of the because he knows all of these guys. I mean, he has a personal connection with virtually all of them. And so he tells these great stories about the different authors. And some of them are screamingly funny. If I find a good one, because they're all very short, I'll track it down and is this the, oh no, that's anyway, yeah, I will save that for another day.
Yeah, awesome. Phil Chill had a good line for if you kill Kenny. This is for the dawn. Because
yes, of course.
Yes, this is for the dawn. If you're doing Tony a favor there.
And I can imagine Kenny's last words when that happens. It's like, she's still not gonna do you.
Yes. Steve said, oh, that means Doug stole something big and questions were asked. LOL. No. No. Doug is definitely not the type. Like, I felt
mean,
like I was the only kid in school who would never cheat either. I never cheated. What, Doug?
I was going to say, I'm not big on souvenirs anyway. I actually did bring a couple home from this trip. I brought a little fridge magnet from La Alberca in Spain, the place where the program was happening, and something from Poland. I can't even remember what the hell it was now, but something really small and insignificant. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the souvenirs can be kind of over the top, ridiculous. Like I used to be obsessive about souvenirs when I was a kid and get all these silly, like, you're buying mostly stuff that was mass produced in some other country that's not even from the place where you're going. Those really touristy ones like snow globes and things like that. T-shirts. A lot of this stuff was made somewhere else. The best kind of souvenir is at least try to get something that's from where you are, that was made there. That's really a piece of that culture wherever you're at. That's a real souvenir, you ask me. Like I have some cool like rocks, like some sparkly rocks I found on mountain hikes. That's my kind of souvenir.
That's different. Yeah. I actually did get a T-shirt when I was in Crete last fall, but I had to get it. It was a guy, walking a T-Rex skeleton on a leash. I mean, how could I not buy that?
Oh.
Doc yeah. Like
Doc would be a fan of that.
Yes, Doc would love that a lot.
Yes. Christine said,
"Was it your I'm big in Poland?" No, I made that T-shirt myself, Stevens.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Because he's big in Poland. His plays are just a gigantic hit.
Again, I've told this story before. I made one for both me and Marcia, and then I made one for her that says Canadian Theatre Royalty, because somebody called us that one day, which I just about did a spit take when I heard that one. and then when the national tour of Whose Underwear started happening, I was following it online, following the where they were going. And some of these place names were just like ridiculous. So I thought I have to make another shirt. So for Marcia's birthday, I think it was last year, I made her one that has the same message, except this time it's in Polish, and it says "Jestem wielkim hitem w Międzyrzeczu," which is Polish for "I'm big news in Międzyrzec."
Nice.
But the problem with that one is every time she wears it, she keeps getting stopped by people who are speaking Polish to her because they assume she's Polish.
Oh yeah, that's got to get annoying. That's got to get annoying for sure. So yeah, Steve said that's awesome, Doug. And I saw one here. Christine said, I was trying to say, she typed it. She started typing, and then this happens to me all the time. Then you accidentally hit enter too soon or something. She was trying to say, I love when you tell stories. I could listen all day.
Well, it's one of my favorite things to do, so I guess it's a win-win.
Yeah, everyone agrees on that. Yeah, could listen all day. With Alice said, only a girl's bike. Yeah, that's the only thing Doug stole. Only a girl's bike.
No, it was actually a boy's bike. It was a boy's bike. Yeah.
It was a boy's bike. Yeah.
And I seem to remember that he was someone telling me that he was like 10 years old, but he was very small for his age. He looked like he was about 7, and the bike actually had training wheels on it. So whatever.
Phil said, just give the bike back. Yes, yeah, we know you did it. We know. Yeah.
Well, this reminds me one of my favorite comments that I got from one of the techies, because they were all coming up with all kinds of revenge fantasies, ways I could get even with these people, and I was like, no, I don't want to do any of that stuff. But the technical director at the theater, he said, I know what you do, Doug. Just put a sign in your window, my bedroom window, which faced the street, that says "Bike for sale, cheap." And I went, yeah, that I would do.
Just to troll these idiots. That's amazing. Oh, when you went to get water, Steve said, me watching the background as Doug goes to get water. Let's see if the background glitches.
Oh, that's what he meant. I was wondering what that
Oh.
was. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can see Mini Man in yellow though when you move your head. He's been hanging out. The
Here's the
dinosaur.
thing. This was all like a bogus background. I would have been using it since the very first time I was here, which is months ago.
Mhm.
So I'm sorry, but I don't plan anything that far ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, I don't even know what I'm having for breakfast tomorrow. So, you know, give me a break.
Yes. Teeter said, first one to call in gets a cameo by Doug from me. It's not easy.
Wow, that's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good deal. It's a good deal. If anybody wants to call in. It's not easy to get people to do it because it's, it is nerve-wracking when you're not used to it, but it's really not that big a deal. And I don't have a phone line. But, to anyone who doesn't understand how it works, because one time we had a guy who didn't know what was going on. Like, he just clicked the link, but he didn't know how what to expect. And so he didn't realize that he was going to be on camera. He didn't turn his camera off, and it startled him, and he was all embarrassed. Like, I didn't know how this works. I just clicked on the link. Yeah. You don't have to be on camera. Anyone who ever calls in, you can shut your camera off before you even enter, so nobody will see you. I mean, you can be on camera if you want to be, but it's not required. It's not necessary, and it's not scary. So anyone who ever wants to do it, there's nothing to worry about. Trust me.
There used to be this program on a local TV station here in Toronto. And it played from 12 midnight until about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, I think. And it was this one actor, Chaz Lawther was his name. And he played Chuck, the security guard. And the conceit was he was the security guard on the night shift at the station. And the producers there allowed him to just use the VCR and play tapes if he wanted to. And so he used to show old episodes of Outer Limits and Twilight Zone and stuff like that. But in between, it was just him riffing, and he would have contests. I actually won a prize from them once. He had this contest that would be a trivia question. And this was one about Walt Disney and his drawings of Mickey Mouse. And I knew the answer and I won. And I won a free palmistry session from some guy. But he would do this crazy shit. Like, somebody told me the story about coming home drunk from the bar one night and turning on the TV, and there's Chaz like this, just staring at the camera for about 5 minutes, and then he goes, "Ha ha! You blinked!" And I could just picture all these stoners sitting at home on Friday night going, "Oh my God, he could see me!" It was so much fun. But he used to have call-ins where people could call in for any number of things, and I used to call in there all the time. I just thought it was great fun.
Sure.
Did you get the palmistry reading?
Yeah, it was fascinating.
Oh,
It was this guy from New Zealand. His name, he had a really interesting, I think it was Andrew Fitzherbert. I think I've still got the tape somewhere. And I was 22 at the time. So, he had a lot of time to speculate on. But he was very serious about the whole thing, and he treated it all like a science, and very earnest. And I mean, I don't even remember too much of what he told me now in terms of what was supposed to happen. Most of it was inaccurate. I do remember that. But it was just his manner that I found so riveting. He was committed to this stuff. It was big time serious for him.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, it would be interesting. I've never tried that.
Did he tell you anything interesting about your life?
Nothing that comes to mind now, because the things that were potentially interesting, they were things in the near future. None of them panned out anyway. So I didn't really put too much stock in the rest of it. He also gave me a whole list. He does numerology as well. He gave me a whole list of numbers that he told me were going to be significant in my life, whatever,
Yeah.
The stuff he had to say took a back seat to just his whole, as a character study.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But he wasn't like you'll be accused of stealing a child's bike.
Well, it
I
wasn't.
see a lot of yellow in your future.
No, nothing. And the things that he did say were much more sort of generalities than that. Like it would never get that
Yeah.
granular, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's
But
the thing. Yeah.
Chuck the security guard was a lot of fun, you know. I thought what a great concept. And he did that for a long time too, that actor.
Really nice. Yeah. And it's easy to, you know, if you're careful and you speak in generalities, like anybody can do that sort of thing. But
oh yeah. There are lots of
Mackie, when you were up in front of the camera, Mackie said he looked up. I looked up and Doug was close as hell. I kind of got scared.
And that's exactly what happened when Chuck
were you close?
out a whole lot of people.
I was wondering if Mackie was close to hitting that link, and then was like, no.
Yeah. Let's see. Just me said I went through Hollywood a few days ago and looked for the man in yellow. Didn't see him. Yeah, the one that inspired John Griffin to create this character. I wonder whatever happened to that poor guy.
Well, and I think we talked about this before, but and I didn't think about this at the time, but looking back on it now, I have to wonder if the guy I saw in New Orleans was the same guy, you know? I have no idea when John saw him or when he saw him the second time. I mean, when I saw him, he was still in his resplendent phase. So that was, you know, and that was a long time ago. That was like 2001, the end of 2001. But yeah, I wonder if he moves around, you know?
Yeah.
Or did, you know, probably doesn't now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or he could be an entity. He could be timeless.
Could be. Yeah. Pill Chill was the Hollywood side is showing in the background. Well, they shoot up in Nova Scotia, so like you have like you know, maybe the diner sign or something outside and starts to poke through. Oops. Yeah.
No, if I were actually in Nova Scotia, what you'd probably be seeing behind me is a whole shitload of trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yep. Lots and lots of trees. Doc said, I see in your palm, you will rip many a throat with these same hands. Yeah. Samuel wanted to know what you think of this, Doug. Do you approve of the box as a form of punishment on the show? If not, what would be a good alternative?
Boy, I really sort of feel like I'm straddling the fence on this one, but I think I would have to come down on the side of yes, simply because extraordinary situations like that require extraordinary measures, you know? And if not the box, I suppose banishment, you know, which would pretty much come to the same result. But yeah, that's the best I can come up with on short notice.
I don't approve of it personally. I mean, I don't approve of capital punishment in general at all myself. And I mean, I understand why they did it as a deterrent. Boyd never thought he'd actually have to use it, and he thought it would be enough of a deterrent. But unless they actually see it in action, yeah, it might not be enough of a deterrent. Once they saw that happen to one person, well, then I could see why, like, to keep people safe. But I'm still anti-box.
Oh, well, I mean, on general principles, so am I. But we're talking about an extreme situation here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think under those conditions, and see, this is the thing. Boyd is constantly being put in these situations where he has to compromise his own rules. He's kind of forced to compromise his own rules or make exceptions because of the exceptional nature of the situation in which they need to be applied. And that's the dramatic purpose of the box, I think. It's just another example of that, you know, something that Boyd has to compromise himself on, you know, just like he does with Fatima, you know, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I just think that because the situation is so extreme, those kinds of extreme measures are kind of necessary. And as Katri points out himself, you know, if you don't put him in there, then the deterrent value is gone, you know, so like you kind of hoist yourself on your own petard.
Yeah, once you establish that rule, yeah, if they don't follow through on it, that would be a problem. I personally just wouldn't even start that to begin with, but it made sense. If you don't enforce it, then how will people, you know, actually take this seriously, take the rules seriously then in the future? So he had a point there.
And
Really
if you
did.
don't, and then the next time you choose to do it, then that person has a legitimate argument in like, wait a second, how come just because it's me, like now you're going to do it when you didn't last time, you know, like.
Exactly. Yeah. And we can't have selective punishment just for some and not others. Although Boyd is, you know, I think he's really selectively doing favors for Fatima right now, and just because she's family, hiding what she did to Tilly.
I think it's more complicated than that. I don't think it's just because she's family. I think it also is because, you know, like they all seem to be starting to realize that you know, look at Sarah, you know, look at her sort of journey. Like initially everybody just assumed she was wacko, you know, but then they slowly started to come to terms with the fact that no, it's this place. And I think that there was a measure of that. I mean, this is my own speculation, but I think there was a measure of that in Boyd's thinking too. Yes, the fact that she's family was a huge factor, but I think it's also like, you know, especially after the fact, you know, after what happens to her, everybody's like, oh, wait a minute, you know, she's not in control here, kind of thing, you know.
Makes sense. Absolutely. And Boyd said, you know, no one else is going in the box.
What's that? Sorry.
And Boyd said, you know, no one else is going in the box. After Frank, he did make a point of that. Like, no one, doesn't care who it is, including Sarah, nobody. Christine, like, she was wondering if you'll kill another on the show. What can you? I would kind of turn the question in this direction. Like, can you imagine there being a bloodbath? Like, if you had to imagine, like, okay, where is this going to go from here? Like multiple killings, or more selective? Like what if you had to imagine where they're going to go with this? What would you think?
I'm going to answer this question the same way I answer any question about the future, and that is, I don't waste any time thinking about that stuff. You know?
Yeah.
For me, it's far more interesting to just, well, kind of like watching the show. It's far more interesting to just find out when I need to find out. You know.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that bugs me about it with the Man in Yellow, though, is that he's such a wild card that I can't help wondering what in the world are they gonna do with this? Because he's a complete aberration from the way that this place has worked up to this point, and the rules are different now. It literally changes the game. So I can't help wondering, how does he fit in? Is there a bloodbath? Does he just show up now and then to kill random people? So it's just something interesting to think about that I can't really help wondering about. Yeah.
Well, and sure, I mean, I wonder about that stuff too, kind of in the abstract. But as I've said many times before, I'm far more interested in learning more about where he has come from. You know, because as an actor. You know, the more of that information I have, the better informed my choices will be in terms of how to play the guy, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. And his origin story fascinates me too. I need to know how he came to be this way. Like, that's definitely something I'm really interested in as well. And Bill Chill had a question. Doug, in your opinion, what do you think was the significance of the kimono lady on the show?
I honestly don't have a clue. I mean, you know, when stuff like that pops up in the series, my response to all of it is basically the same, and that is, this will get explained down the road. You know, we will find out about this thing, because, you know, in a sense, she's kind of like the Man in Yellow, in that, we're all left wondering, who the fuck is this? So I don't know. I imagine we'll find out more about her as time goes on, but in terms of what her significance is, I really don't have a clue.
Because she seemed so random. All of a sudden, there's a ghoul in a kimono walking around, and now she's basically like a midwife for the monsters. If a monster has to be reborn, she's like the monster midwife. And I do wonder how did she come to be that? Why is she a lady in a kimono? It seems kind of out of left field, but then you look at potential mythological connections, and there are all kinds of mythologies woven into the show, and there's a Japanese mythological figure that looks a lot like her and is related to the theft of babies, actually, but in this case it's not stealing babies, unless, well, I mean,
no, she kind of did, didn't she?
Yeah,
sort of did.
Yeah.
You sort of did. But
And
yeah,
the thing about her that I found interesting was that initially, when she first appeared, she just seemed to be another, well, for lack of a better word, hallucination, another vision, But then she was able to physically affect people,
yes,
That was
yes,
interesting. Sort of like,
yeah.
Yeah, but as to what her significance is, I really have no idea.
Not only could she physically affect people, but she had Fatima pinned down on the bed with incredible strength. Like she was, even though she was skinny, she was powerful at whatever force she was wielding, some otherworldly force. Yeah, maybe I doubt it. Maybe the man in yellow, probably not, because of the different heritage. She's Japanese, but yeah. Maybe they have some kind of connection in some way, but probably not brother and sister with Alice. But they're both daywalkers, like with Alice said, they both can show up in the daytime, unlike the nightmare creatures. So there's that too. Yeah, David said kimono lady is like the wailing woman cursed to walk the earth as a ghost for killing her children. Oh, I hadn't heard of that.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know nothing about Japanese mythology whatsoever. So,
yeah, there's the abume. I've heard of that through the community, and something about a woman stealing babies because she lost her own. Yeah, she's a yokai. So is that another one? Yeah, there's more than one in Japanese mythology that could apply, right? Yeah. Yeah. What are you talking? What do you, we already know what she is, an angel. Yeah, that's what Elgin thought. Yeah. What is this? How do you pronounce this, Carl?
La Llorona.
Oh, okay.
La Llorona.
Yeah. There's that too. That in what mythology is that from? Is that Mexican?
Yeah, like Latin American. And she's like searching for children to drown, apparently.
Ooh, dark. Yeah, there was a movie about that a few years ago, and I got terrible reviews, so I didn't see it. But they made a movie based on that. Yeah,
I think it was like Jason. I think it was like Jason Medea, where like she was getting revenge on her husband by drowning her children, and then regretted it. So she walks around wailing, for her children, and then killing other people's children for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, she drowned her children because the man was unfaithful.
Yeah, that's why I say it's like a Jason Medea thing.
Yeah.
Jason the Argonauts.
Yeah. Shadow Skull. Yeah, I think this is kind of like a mirror dimension. She said, I think this place may end up a mirrored place where the mythologies of the world either originated or are reflected. Yeah, I think it's like a pocket dimension that mirrors our world in a lot of regard, in many regards. Yeah, I think so too. Samuel said, "What would you do if voices or creepy spirits told you to do questionable things?" I don't think
a psychiatrist to prescribe some antipsychotics for me. That's what I would do.
Yeah. in Fromville, who knows what they have there? They have an ambulance now full of new meds, so maybe they have some antipsychotics in there. Samuel said, "I'd tell someone I trust or get checked in somewhere." Good call there. Good call. Yeah, good meds. That's what you need to do. With Alice said, I think yokai are types of demonic angels, so Elgin could be right. Yeah, maybe he is right. Maybe it's some kind of demonic angel. That's a good point, actually. But yeah, he was thinking she was, actually going to help and get them all home. People were so hard on Elgin, and it was the same thing with Sarah, but I think people were actually harder on Elgin than they were on Sarah. And Elgin genuinely believed that he was going to get everybody home, that everyone was going to get to go home if he just did what she said. And they were saying he was evil. People in the fandom were saying he was evil. He's not evil. He really thought he was helping. He was duped, just like Sarah was duped. But
well, and that was the initial reaction to Sarah as well, that she
right.
was just, and for quite a long, I mean, that impression, I think, persisted for quite some time. People just seeing her as evil, and it's like, she's not evil. She's just, she's been completely bamboozled by these forces that are making her do this stuff. She would never have done any of it on her own. I mean, that was obvious, I think, from all the pain that she was going through at the time,
Yeah, absolutely. Exhibiting all the telltale signs of trauma and emotional abuse, maybe physical abuse before she got there. Who knows? But yeah, it's easy to judge by our real life standards, but you don't know how you would be in that situation. These people were manipulated. I don't think either of them were evil characters at all. Like Sarah said, they're just people who wanted to help. The place targets people who want to help, who can be manipulated, have specific traits that can be manipulated. So
and this brings me back to a lot of the backlash against Jim for being such a hard ass, whatever, and people questioning all of his choices. And my response to that is, put yourself in the guy's position. I mean, you're judging him from the standards of your own very comfortable life, as opposed to the hell that these people are living in. How do you think any of us would fare under these conditions?
It's easy to be an armchair judge and jury.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all too. You don't know how you're going to react if you were in that situation. David said, I was backing Elgin too. David said, I always backed Elgin. I didn't see it as a kidnapping. He was the only one who knew how to help her with her abnormal pregnancy. He was like the archangel in the book of Revelations. Yeah, I can see that. David. I mean, what he did was messed up. He dragged her down the stairs of the root cellar by her foot at one point. But again, I still look at him as a victim of the place. And now he lost an eye. I mean, he's going to be a pitiful sight next season. Elgin coming back, like he'll have to have an eye patch. He'll have to borrow. See if Clara has an extra eye patch she can give him. Yeah, don't want to see that nasty spectacle. The poor guy. Nathan had fun with it though. Nathan took pictures on set and he shared a picture of the fake eyeball hanging out of his socket. Nathan Simmons. They seem like a really fun bunch. I bet you'll have fun on set behind the scenes, just hanging out with those folks.
Well, I've said this before, but I think I kind of assumed that if I was back for season 4, there would be, a chance to sort of meet everybody, like a big table read or something like that. But that's not generally what happens. You don't think about this when you watch the series, because there are lots of scenes, like group scenes in the diner and that kind of thing, so you think there are always lots of people around. But if you look carefully at the series, it's a lot of 2- and 3-hander scenes where when they're shooting that stuff, they're the only people there, and that was exactly the experience I had, so who knows what it's going to be like next year. Like, no.
Yeah, that's true. And yet, some of them find time to hang out. I mean, even Simon Webster managed to hang out with he said he spent a lot of time hanging out with the Vox Smith, who plays the boy in white. They would, spend lots of time together having fun, offset. The only two kids that are, well, until the Ankui kids. At first, they were the only two kids.
But again, you're talking about two characters who are showing up regularly, so they're going to be there a lot, and in those conditions, you're probably going to see different people coming and going all the time, But I was talking to somebody else. It might have been when Donna and Cliff were here, and they were talking about how you don't think about it when you watch the series, but yeah, a lot of these scenes are just 2- and 3-handed scenes, and so you can go and shoot a thing and you don't see anybody except for the people in your scene.
Wow. Yeah, they don't do a lot of crowd scenes. It's rare. In season 3, they did a few. They did a town meeting in the diner where a whole bunch of them were there, but not everyone. There were some missing, and then later on, when Fatima was missing, they had a bunch of them there. Almost everybody was present. That's rare. That's a rarity. Yeah. Alexis, Sarah definitely did worse than Elgin. Yeah, that's true. Slicing and dicing Toby is a lot worse. And tried killing a kid, killed 3 people. Essentially, it's like she killed the other 2 people, but she didn't do it with her own hands. And yeah. But I feel I have sympathy for both of them, because they were both manipulated and duped into what they did. Yeah. Anyway, Sarah will get pregnant, and Elgin will take, and Elgin will take her. Yeah, I don't know. Some people are predicting stuff like Sarah and Elgin would be a couple, and I'm thinking, no, I don't think that's gonna happen. I imagine dating the girl who locked your eye out of its socket. Probably not. I don't see that happening. I could see. I think there could be a schism in the town. When Acosta tells everybody that Boyd allowed this, that he tortured Elgin, and then Sarah did this to Elgin's eye, and Kenny. Kenny might pick sides, and he might follow Acosta's lead, and part of the town might kind of. A lot of people think there might be a divide, and some people will follow Boyd, some people will follow Acosta. I could totally see that happening, and that would actually cause a lot of problems without Boyd's leadership. If people aren't counting on him, then, and that's what I think this place kind of wants, that break him as much as possible. If people don't trust him, then he can't lead effectively and keep them safe effectively. So that's one of the things I expect to happen next season. There's going to be big blowback for what happened to Elgin, and people will lose even more faith in Boyd than they already did. Just me said I just want to find out how many characters are reincarnating. I believe it'll just be Tabitha and Jade, but who knows? It could be more. It's possible. See, yeah. Oh yeah. Crochet, love crochet. Yeah. I'll be Alexis. Yeah. We know, most people do have empathy for Sarah, absolutely. But yes, I do think what she did was way worse than what Elgin did, 100%. Dieter said, "What's your opinion about the meaning of the symbols on the talisman?" Well, it looks like the cycle of kind of life and death. I think it symbolizes what happened with the monsters, that they're immortal. There's a stick figure on one side, and then a stick figure on the opposite side, and on one side is the sun, the other side is the moon, and part of that meaning encompasses the way the monsters can only come out at night and sleep during the day, and also just the fact that they are immortal. I think this endless cycle of they can't die. That's what I think. And all the runes that look like trees, the trees are kind of representing what's trapping them there. That's what I think about that. Yeah, let's see. David said the dynamic of the show changes significantly if we think Elgin was manipulated or correct. If he was manipulated, then everything is against them. If he was correct, then they're helping two sides. True. Yeah. Doc said Tony pointed out a serious weakness the townies have. They could probably be inspired to sacrifice Ethan by just offering them toilet paper in exchange. Well, where do they? I mean, obviously, yeah, they don't have a convenience store or a Walmart there. So, yeah, I just have to figure the toilet paper manifests itself like everything else. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Sarah, I didn't like Sarah at first either, actually. Like, it's kind of hard to like a character who you first meet as she's cutting a guy's throat out, and all that stuff. But, cutting his tongue out, I meant to say. But, yeah, she's grown on me, too. Following Acosta after her debut is crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, after the way Acosta showed up and killed somebody by accident, but I could see people following her over Boyd if they lose enough faith in him, Mackie. I could see a schism happening in the town, and that's going to weaken them. And if this place is about breaking everyone and breaking Boyd, this would be another step along the way to that happening. I think there will be another massacre. It's going to be a brutal season, I bet. Fucking bananas, as Sean Majumder said. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas.
That's who I quote if anybody asks me what's going to happen in season 4. Yeah, it's going to be fucking bananas.
Yeah,
John nailed it.
You can't possibly be wrong. That prediction is foolproof. It's a sure thing. Because crafty Capricorn, a lot of people love Sarah. Yeah, people have a lot of sympathy for Sarah. It's weird. People seem to have more sympathy for Sarah than they did for Jim. It's just very strange because Jim certainly didn't kill anybody. I don't know. I think the Jim hate was completely unnecessary, over the top. I see where you're coming from. Yes. Yeah. I'll miss seeing Jim on the show. It's too bad, but they have to try to keep the stakes real. So somebody's got to go. It is part horror series after all. So eventually they've got to have a major death. One of the biggest criticisms of season 2 was there weren't any major deaths. They didn't kill off any major characters. Nobody died except for Smiley, and then he came back later. Oh, Reggie and Paula died, but they were basically red shirts. Other than that, nobody. Personally, I'm fine with it. I don't need a lot of deaths. I don't need it to be a bloodbath. So Doug, I hope you're not going to go on a killing spree and wipe out half the town. I hate to see characters go. I really do. I'd rather, the fewer casualties, the better. I still would find the show compelling for the mystery alone. I don't need to see a bunch of gore to be satisfied. That's not why I'm watching this show.
Same here.
So, yeah. Jim did his best as a father. Yeah, Dieter, I agree. Yeah, I have the crown. Wait, are you in number 1 now in the XP, Doc? I have to check. I don't know. Alexis said Jim was a character I disliked at the beginning. Then I started to like him, and then they kill him off. A lot of people were warming up to Jim by the end of the season, and poof, he's gone. I think he'll be back. We'll get probably a ghost Jim if Ian Bailey's available, I would imagine. And
I'd like to see him haunt Jade.
Yeah. Looking over Jade's shoulder while Jade's hanging out with Tabitha, I could see that. Yeah. Stay away from my wife. Yeah. Even in death, he would probably have a problem with that. He's very possessive of his family. Anyway, so I'm trying to think what else I was going to ask you, Doug. Have you had any more auditions thrown at you, or is it still pretty quiet?
What did I just audition for? I had one last week for, geez, I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, it's gone. Some little thing. But no, it's been quite
Did you
quiet.
hear anything back from Sereno Diverjack?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't get that.
Ah, yeah.
I didn't get anything. Didn't get any of the stuff I auditioned for. I have never had so many auditions in such a short period of time and then book absolutely nothing. I was on hold for a commercial, but then they gave it to somebody else. But that was it. Now, a couple of things I auditioned for were voiceover gigs, and those take much longer to be cast sometimes. You don't hear about those sometimes like weeks or even months later. So, I mean, I suppose those are still a possibility, but they also tend to get thousands of submissions. So, you know, it's a bit like buying a lottery ticket.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Doug. That's got to be so frustrating because you were hustling like crazy doing these auditions that were dumped on you.
It's a drag not to book anything. I mean, I was a little disappointed by that. But you know, I kind of feel the same way about doing auditions as I do about doing the cameos. It's like it's a fun, creative exercise, you know. And yeah, ultimately, you would like to get the job, but you don't want to spend all your time doing it thinking about getting the job. You just do the job that you're being asked to do, you know, and that's what I do. I mean, when I'm auditioning, I'm doing the same thing that I do when I've been booked and I'm actually being filmed or I'm in a play. It's just
Right.
I haven't been hired yet, but the process is essentially the same process as when I'm working. So in a way, even though nobody's paying me, I feel like I'm working. And I'm used to that because everything that Marcia and I have written, with the exception of Something Fishy, we've written on spec, and nobody's ever paid us for our work until after it gets produced.
Right. Yeah. It's like it's got to be frustrating, you know. You're putting in all this work. Some people complain about only getting a paycheck every other week instead of every week, and if you're writing something, you're writing for a long period of time, going through all of that effort, and it's a long time before you see any financial gain from it, you know. It's a long, arduous process.
Yeah.
Years. Yeah.
But the upside is once it is out there generating income, that can go on forever, you know. Like, I mean, we wrote Whose Underwear had its premiere 33 years ago, you know.
Wow.
And
That's
it's
amazing.
still going. So yeah, we've been recompensed for that time that we were volunteering very well. Thank you very much.
That's awesome. That's a benefit. The flip side of this is, yeah, you can continue to get compensated for the same work over and over again.
Exactly.
So that's a plus side. Absolutely. Just have to be patient for that first financial reward for it, for all your blood, sweat, and tears.
Yes, if there's one thing that this profession teaches you, it's the joys of delayed gratification.
I bet.
Doug, you said you auditioned for some voiceover work. Have you done a lot of voiceover work?
A fair amount, yeah. I've done, I think, 5 audiobooks now. I've done a number of animations, voiceovers for TV commercials. There's something else I'm forgetting. Video games. Done a couple of video games, which are lots of fun. That's my favorite voiceover gig, actually, is doing video games. And animation is probably a close second. Animation is great fun. I don't get to do a lot of animation. I haven't really had an animated gig now for quite a while, but when they come along, they're a lot of fun. But yeah, video games are awesome.
And what video games, Doug?
Far Cry 6 was the most recent one. And what was the other one? Can't even think now. I'd have to check my resume. Something Dogs 2. Can't remember the name of it. It was years ago now. But yeah, they're great fun to do. I would love to do more of that. But the competition is fierce. Like
yeah.
Ubisoft, one of the big video game producers, they literally audition people around the world for their stuff. And so, yeah, you never know.
And
Yeah.
how does one get started in voiceover work?
Well, the way I started is, I think the way that a lot of people, it's changed now because there are so many people, you know, especially since COVID, just joining the gig economy. And, you know, there is a voiceover version of Fiverr where you can just set yourself up as a voiceover person and farm yourself out to people literally around the world. There are people that need voiceover jobs in English all around the world. And there are actors I know who have actually left the union to go and do this work, which is non-union, which means it doesn't pay as well. But what they lack in hourly rate, they more than make up for it with volume. And people are now like full-time voiceover people who never did it before. The way it used to work was you had to put together an audition CD. And the best way to do that would be to pay somebody who does that professionally, because in Toronto, at least, and I'm sure this is the case in a lot of places, the people who put those audition CDs together are also the people who cast voiceover work. So it's a great way to get to know at least one voiceover casting person. And the person who did my original CD is the biggest casting person for voiceover in Toronto. So that was a very good connection to make. But even with that, putting the tape together and then getting a voiceover agent, it took years before that really started to pay off. And it has always been a very closed shop. It isn't as much now, but there are lots and lots of actors who have established themselves as voices who get used all the time. And the rest of us are, you know, sort of picking up the scraps around that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're amazingly well suited for voice work with the versatility that you have, the different accents and cadences and tones that you can do. Yeah, you'd be a perfect fit to do more voice work.
And that was part of the fun of doing some of the audiobooks that I've done, because a couple of them were about Holocaust survivors. And I had dialogue I had to do in German, Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, a few others in there that I'm forgetting off the top of my head. And I love that kind of stuff, getting to do that. It's great.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, not only accents, what am I saying? So you've also done, you've also actually had to speak like the language for some of these things then.
Little bits, yeah. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
usually just very short sentences, but still, you've got to get the pronunciation right and try as much as you can to sound like a native speaker, which is always a challenge, you know. And that's where the being handy with accents comes in, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I saw somebody ask, Doc asked, what audiobooks have you done?
Okay. First one I did was, oh God, I can't think of the name of it. I always forget this one. Shit, I'm just going to check my resume because I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, no worries.
It's gonna take me a minute.
Yeah. That Shadow Skulk said, hee, I'm a nerdy gamer. I got super excited hearing video game and animation work. Oh, hey, it's a cool thing. It's awesome. Yeah, we love nerdy gamers here. I've never been into, like, I've enjoyed video games, but I've never gotten deep into it or anything. So I'm not a gamer, but Scarlet, what?
Yeah, Steven said Watch Dogs 2. Was that the one you did, Doug?
That's it. Yes, Watch Dogs 2.
Okay.
That's it.
And what character were you in Far Cry 6?
I was a whole bunch of people. I was a bunch
Oh.
of like local citizens and a bunch of guerrillas as well.
Yeah. He said, I love Far Cry series, Doug. Which character were you? Yeah, I've beaten that game like 5 times. LOL. You were a bunch of guerrillas.
Well,
funny.
you know, like Sandinista type dudes.
I thought you mentioned that they were actual gorillas.
No.
Yes, I
We're
did.
talking warriors, you know.
I'm thinking like literal gorillas here. Like talking gorillas. Hey, it's a video game, so why not?
I'd play that video game.
That's what I was thinking. Steve said, let's petition to get Doug to mocap and voiceover in The Last of Us Part 3. Well, I don't know how many people are going to actually want to buy that one because they were so mad at the second game. So I don't know, Steve. But hey, some people will still buy it. Some people liked it.
Yeah, Watch Dogs was mocap, actually. But Far Cry 6 was just voiceover.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Jesse had asked, what project would you love to do voice work for? Anything come to mind, Doug?
More video games. Because oddly enough, I know this is going to sound weird, but the doing video games is probably the purest form of acting I've ever experienced. Because it's so fast. You have no time to think. And, thinking is getting in your head, getting in your own way, in other words, is like one of the worst things that can happen to you as an actor. When you're doing video games, you don't have the luxury of time to think. You just have to produce on the spot. And I find that incredibly freeing as an actor. It makes the job a lot easier in a lot of ways. It makes it much easier to access emotional stuff for sure, because you're not psychoanalyzing everything. It's just like, I have to cry now, and you just do. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. Okay, I'm just looking at my list of audiobooks here. The very first one was called Ragged Company, which I think may have been based on a true story, but I don't know if that's the case. It's about this group of homeless people that discover a winning lottery ticket and what happens to them as a result. The next one was called By Chance Alone, which was one of the Holocaust survivor books that I did. The next one had a relatively small part. There were a whole bunch of us on this one. It's called Songs for the End of the World. And it's about a pandemic that just about kills off the human race. Came out before COVID. The next one was a fascinating book. It's called The Science and the Psychic. And it's a true story written by the scientist in question. His mother was a well-known Toronto psychic back in the 70s and apparently had some genuine gift, evidence of which he saw himself. But he's a trained scientist, and his whole relationship with his mother and his adult life has been about trying to reconcile his own, scientific view of the world and his mother's clear abilities. And how do you put those two things together? Really interesting book. And the last one was the other Holocaust story. It was called The Weight of Freedom. And the two guys that wrote those books, of course, were the ones that went through it, By Chance Alone and The Weight of Freedom. And their stories are almost identical. In fact, there was a march from Auschwitz west towards Germany towards the end of the war, where the Germans were trying to, to the best of their ability, erase all evidence of these concentration camps, where thousands of concentration camp prisoners were forced to march for days and days and days in the winter. And as you can imagine, thousands of them died. But both of these guys were on that same march. Whether they actually met in person, who knows? Probably not, because the numbers were huge. But their stories were so similar. It was amazing.
Wow.
So that's it. That's my whole list of audiobooks so far.
Oh, awesome. I know that one. You said that it's a really difficult job. You said it's arduous and exhausting, the hours that you put in when you're reading for audiobooks. But it'd be cool to see you do more. Now, would you be open to doing more, or are you just done with that?
Oh no, as I say, I just auditioned for one not long ago. And oh,
that's right. Yeah.
I've auditioned for many, which I didn't get, but the books were really interesting, and I would have liked to do them for that reason alone. They take a lot of prep, and it is very intense when you actually record them, because it's kind of like running a marathon as opposed to doing a sprint, and you really have to pace yourself, and there's a lot of self-care involved in doing audiobooks,
Now, why can't they just, do they have to make it so intense? Couldn't they divide up the time better so that you wouldn't have to, do so much at once?
Well, they
Um,
do. I mean, typically an audiobook reading session is no longer than 4 hours. Sometimes they're just 2 hour slots, sometimes they're 4. But doing 4
oh,
hours of that reminds me a lot of like Marcia and I doing 4 hours of writing. That kind of mental work for that long is exhausting. It's physically exhausting. But that's why they don't typically go longer than 4 hours, because people just burn out, you know.
I gotta say, I can understand that as somebody who's making, which essentially video essays that I do. I write my scripts ahead of time, and even just a 45-minute, a lot of my videos are 30 to 40 minutes or 43 minutes, and I keep screwing up and having to edit out the mistakes later. So a 43-minute video will take me an hour and a half to read the whole thing, and I just am so sick of it by the end. Trying so hard not to accidentally trip over a word or stammer, or oh my god, it's so frustrating and tedious.
And even for people who are very adept at it, you know, the editor is going to have a huge job, you know, because these books are hundreds of pages long. So you can imagine how long the audio file is, you know, and inevitably that stuff happens to everybody, you know. So yeah, editing is, I can't imagine doing that job, you know.
A nightmare. Steve said, Doug, you'd love working for Naughty Dog, that video game company, doing mocap and voice work. They're like movies. Yeah, those story games. They're really like movies, like The Last of Us. Really, like I've seen what they do. Those actors, they really, the way that they actually perform the scenes, it's very much like they're shooting a movie.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty fun.
there are specific differences with mocap, because there are certain things you have to do in the suit that you don't have to do with a regular movie. But for example, here's the thing: it's really difficult for them to deal with people who are being absolutely stationary. So even if you're lying down, you've just been shot and you're lying on the ground, you know, and you're in a mocap thing, there has to be a little bit of subtle movement there. Otherwise, it's very difficult for them to deal with for some reason. I don't really quite understand it, but yeah, just stuff like that. It's a little bit, it's a little odd. But it's fascinating work.
And they can put in amazing acting performances too. Really impressive. I've seen bits of the Last of Us video game. It was amazing. Yeah. This is not the side-scrolling video games of yore that we see. This is not Super Mario Brothers.
No, indeed. It is very much like shooting a movie. It's actually, in some ways, more, well, these days, probably not more complicated than shooting a movie, because there's so much of that kind of stuff in regular movie filming as well. So, you know.
Absolutely.
Anyway, listen, I'm going to have to get out of here because I have to get up at a reasonably reasonable hour tomorrow. So I'm going to have to call it a night. But
well, by the way, Shadow Skulk said she loves video games and looks so very looking forward to checking out more of Doug's work. So yeah, let's check that out.
We'll have to talk about Dungeons and Dragons the next time, because yeah, there's a story there.
That's
cool. Yeah, awesome.
For later.
Yeah. Oh, and Dieter had directed something at you. Sorry, did I cut somebody off?
No, go ahead.
Dieter said, Doug, where is it? Doug, you're absolutely amazing as the man in yellow on From. We love your energy, your storytelling, and every scene you're in. Well, the one scene, but you make the show even more unforgettable. Never stop being you. Yeah.
In every scene you're in, all one of them. Yes.
All one of them.
Well, thank you, Dieter. I appreciate that. Thanks very much. All right. Good night, everybody. We will see you soon.
Night,
I hope.
Yes,
night,
I hope so.
Thank you.
Yes.
My pleasure. Take care.
Thanks. Good night.
Take care, Doug.
Yeah. I'll highlight these. Yes, because he does watch the replays too. Shadow Skulk says, yes, D&D. I will happily remind you. Yeah, we can bring that up with Doug next time. Samuel said, good night, Doug. Teeter said, no, don't go, Doug. It's 1:41 a.m. So I'd say he was a trooper, because we started we started a few minutes after 11, and usually we start earlier, but I wasn't able to get ready early enough. So Doug was gracious enough to stay on a bit later than he normally does. Of course, I didn't ask him to. This was I wouldn't ask him to stay up to this crazy hour, but he was kind enough to just choose to do it. That was so nice of him. 2.5 hours he stayed. Baby Clay said, "Peace, Mr. Hughes." Let's see. Mackie Knight, Dougie G, and Doc. Good night, Doug. Thank you for story walking with us. Sweet nightmares. Alexis, good night, Doug. Dieter, good night, Doug. Thank you for your stories. I love them. Take care. AA, later, Doug. With Alice, good night, Doug. Shadow Skulk, good night, Doug. Have a good rest. Yes, he is a cool guy, Baby Clay. Indeed. Steve said, "Bye, Doug." Yes, Dieter, he is amazing, and loads of yellow hearts. I don't know what is that symbol supposed to be? Yellow heart and I can never tell what that is. It's like some kind of a.
It's the fleur de lis.
Yeah,
That
fleur de
French
lis,
feel.
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Like New Orleans uses it for their football team.
Yeah.
Sports
Okay.
trivia. I don't know anything about sports except that.
Fleur de lis, flower of something, in French, right? So interesting. Yeah.
Julie, do you know anybody that speaks French?
I was gonna say, you speak French, so you know what Lee means.
I don't offhand. I don't know. I don't know what Lee means. It's been a while since my French classes, so yeah. So I don't know. But fleur, obviously, I remember is flower. Anyway, the sword of Joan of Arc. Oh, is it really, Jesse? Let's see. Yeah, it is beautiful. Yeah, Dieter, it is for sure. If you have AI ideas, let me know, or anything else I can do. Well, thank you so much. You already do enough. You already do so much, Dieter. Really appreciate everything you do. There was something you uploaded earlier, Dieter, that said something about AI, some AI thing, but maybe your phone. I think sometimes, like when he's out working, like if he uploads stuff, and like his device that he had on where he was at dies, then it disappears. But oh man, you're gonna make me read French now, and my pronunciation is gonna be terrible compared to how it should be. But JulieBDeepDives est incroyable, et elle a créé une communauté géniale avec des personnes formidables. Merci pour toute l'énergie, la passion et les fous rires que tu partages. It's been a long time since I've taken French, but yeah. And I never really did master the pronunciation, but I didn't butcher it like some. There was this girl in my French class in high school who was, oh my God, she was impossible to teach. Like, no matter how much time went by, she could not pronounce things properly. She would butcher the hell out of it and drove the teacher nuts. He said, "Oh, his internet is out at home." Oh, that's a shame. Problems in the street again. Oh, that's no worries. I sorry I didn't get a chance to show what you put up there earlier, Dieter. But if you let me know what it is, if it's in the Discord, I'll just get it myself from there. Bill Chill said the fleur de lis, also spelled fleur de lis with different spelling there. Lys. Lys says is a stylized lily or iris flower that has been used as a symbol for centuries. In French, it literally means lily flower. Oh, okay. Well, no wonder I didn't know what "lis" means. I never got to the point in French where I'm like literally learning the names of various types of flowers. Like I took 4 years of honors French. I took 3 semesters of French in college, and I got straight A's. But again, there's something wrong with I've said this many times. There's something wrong with the way we teach foreign languages in this country. It's too much emphasis on reading and writing it and not enough on speaking it. So I never became fluent in speaking it, not even close. So yeah, I blame the
Mhm.
education system.
We also don't start early enough, because
No,
if
we
people
don't.
start, if the kids started at maybe like even 3 years old, they're like a sponge, and they would get language faster than somebody in high school.
Oh yeah, that I exactly. That's what I always say. Like the younger you are, the more your brain is a sponge, and that's when they should be starting to teach foreign languages. The younger, the better. That's why some kids like Carl, you were taught Spanish and English from such a young age that you became fluent in both. It's because the mind is a sponge that when you're that young.
Yeah, exactly. And now my body's a sponge, so I have to watch what I eat.
Well, yeah, but
But yeah,
um,
as a kid, growing up, my mom speaking Spanish and my dad speaking English, it just worked out that way. And like I told you before, one time I had to take the ESL test when they enrolled me in kindergarten because they weren't sure whether I could even speak English.
right. Wow. Because it's got to be confusing. I would imagine it's got to be tough. Yes, you're a sponge, but if you're taught both languages from birth, it's got to be tough. Like I would think maybe you'd have to be taught one first and then the other one. How else do you learn it without mixing the two up at such a young age? I don't understand how that works. But people do it. People teach babies two languages all the time, and my aunt was teaching her daughter sign language too, like certain sign language things before she could talk, so she knew how to like ask for things that she wanted before she was able to talk. Doc said Diddy got off too much. That's the problem. Oh, because as Steve said, I don't think Diddy ever had a problem getting off. Like, what's that in response to? Yeah, Samuel said, looks like, I'm reading these all backwards. Sorry. Samuel said, looks like Diddy is going to get off. And yes, I don't think Diddy ever had a problem getting off. Diddy got off too much. That's the problem. Exactly. He got off too much. I'm shocked. From what I read, he's getting away with, I mean, I think he's got to be guilty as sin, and I don't understand it, but I haven't read the details, but he's getting off with all the most serious charges. The only thing I saw that looks like he's going to be found guilty of is something related to prostitution across state lines or something. I mean, he could get a slap on the wrist for that. That's wild. I thought he was going down for life easily. They have all kinds of. He took all kinds of videos. Like there's video evidence. I'm just shocked. I don't know what happened. It sounds like. I mean, he sounds like the devil from everything that I heard about it. And I mean, I don't understand. I don't know what happened here. I really don't get it. Like. I would have bet money he was going down. All that baby oil they found. I mean, come on. No, it was just ridiculous. When I saw that, I thought this can't be right. But apparently so. I don't know. I think he's probably guilty as sin. The guy who defended Osama bin Laden wanted off his case. He didn't want to be a lawyer for him anymore. I mean, you got to be the devil if that's the case. The guy was willing to defend a terrorist. It's nuts. Anyway, yeah, Chinese is definitely one of the hardest languages to learn. Passing a written test and speaking are two different things. Oh yeah, absolutely. Speaking is a whole lot easier than writing it. In that case, writing it, all of those characters, I can't understand how people do it. I really don't. And that was by design originally. The Chinese written language was designed to be as complicated as possible to keep the masses ignorant as much as possible and keep power and knowledge concentrated among the ruling elites. So they had like 10,000 characters. Now it's been simplified, so there's a much more simplified written Chinese language. So the literacy rate is so much better now. It's fine, but I'll never understand how they managed to do this, how they managed to learn this. It boggles my mind. Just me, yeah, taking languages with a teacher who was a native speaker is helpful. I had a French teacher who was actually French, Madame Wold, Julie, her name was Julie too. Took an immediate liking to me as a fellow Julie, but I don't think she was a native French speaker. She just happened to be French. Oh, you did that too, Alexis. Yeah. Yeah, they can learn because they can learn receptive language before they develop the ability to speak. So they can learn how to do sign language too. Absolutely. Yes. David said in Malaysia, my daughters learned English and Malay simultaneously. Wow. That's amazing. Most of the Chinese there have to learn 3 languages, Chinese, Malay, and English. Oh my God. And Chinese being one of them, that's quite a challenge. Get off for a crime, double meanings. Yeah, Samuel. Double meanings, indeed. Shadow Skulk said Diddy will most likely only get... Oh, okay, that's actually more than I thought. Well, that's something anyway. Diddy most likely will only get 10 to 20 years, possibly less. He was going to be going away for life if he was convicted of all of that stuff. That, yeah, it's wild. It's pretty wild. I fear Diddy. Doc said, I fear Diddy is the reason Justin Bieber is so messed up. I know, right? Yeah, who knows? That was sketchy as hell. That infamous recording we saw where Diddy was like saying that Justin is spending the weekend with him and that they can't talk about what they're doing, like it's secret or something. It sounded super sus and perverted. Yeah, I don't know. And then Justin did all kinds of acting up and acting out. I mean, you could chalk that up to being too rich and famous, too young, and acting like an idiot. So who knows? But yeah, it's awful to think about. Steve said Asian languages in general are so difficult to learn as an adult. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He said, I'm learning Japanese now and it's wild. I've heard that Korean is actually not that difficult though. And I went down a rabbit hole and fell in love with K-pop a few years ago. And I made some friends who were going to teach me if I had stuck with it, and I hadn't gotten so depressed that I kind of left the whole K-pop world for a while. They were going to teach me how to write and read in Korean, and they said that it's actually not that hard. Korean characters are pretty simple, actually. They're not that difficult to learn. Nothing compared to Chinese, of course. So, yeah, they said you can learn Korean in just a few months. That's not that hard. A lot of K-pop fans do it. Yeah, Japanese is a beautiful language too. I love the sound of Korean though. Korean is like ASMR for me. Both spoken and sung Korean is like ASMR. Apparently English is harder to learn than Chinese. I find that hard to believe in terms of written language, Steve, but who knows? I mean, I know English is supposed to be extremely difficult to learn as a second language because it does not adhere to set grammatical rules as much as other languages. There are a million exceptions to every rule, and there are so many words that are spelled the same, but they are pronounced differently, or words have multiple meanings, and it's just it's difficult. But Chinese, to me, that's got to be the hardest thing in terms of the writing form of it, the written form. Mackie said he only got off because of all the baby oil. Slippery. Yeah, slid right out of there. Slid out. Oh my God. He just slid out of the courtroom on all that baby oil, and unbelievable. AA said, what about pets that understand different languages? Yeah, it's true. There's definitely pets that have owners that are bilingual. They must be so confused at first. I never thought of that, AA. Could be. Yeah, it's got to be confusing. Although I've had pets who answered to multiple names. They we'd have like 3 different nicknames for them, and they'd answer to all of the nicknames. So it's got to be a little confusing, but they can learn. Doc, you heard 3 to 5 years? Oh my God, that's a slap on the wrist. Yeah, and he was denied bail. He's been held up in a really awful lockup for a long time during this, and as he should be. Talk about a flight risk. He has the means and the ability, the ability to easily get out of the country and just stay gone, disappear. So I can understand why they didn't give him bail. Oh, good night, Shadow Skulk. All of my loves and well wishes. Right back at you. Right back at you. Good night. All our love to you and the kids. Usher and Diddy. Yeah, Usher, like they say, Usher, it seemed like kind of handed Justin Bieber off to Diddy. Usher discovered Justin Bieber, I think, or how it kind of took him under his wing. And then Diddy became friends with Bieber, and yeah, it's all kinds of wrong, creepy. But I don't think Usher did anything wrong. We don't have any reason to believe that, but who knows? Mackie said, leave Usher alone. Please hit the like button. 29 likes, like Carl pointed out here. Hit the like button, please. Help people find the stream. Alexis said, did you hear about Stephanie Sue? I haven't checked up on her page, but she was in the courtroom with Diddy and felt that she's being threatened by him. Wouldn't surprise me that he did that to the jury. Yeah, seriously. And he was finding ways to get around the rules while he was in lockup too. He was basically running the joint. He had inmates doing favors for him, and he was setting up like something called like a 3-way call situation. Like it's this trick that they use sometimes because their calls are monitored, and his calls were really heavily monitored. So he would like somehow work out a deal with another inmate so that the inmate would contact somebody for him. And like it's a complicated thing to explain, but in essence, it was a way for Diddy to get messages out to people on the outside without the guards, without the employees who are monitoring them finding out. And so he could have been doing some witness intimidation. Who knows what he could have been doing? Intimidation of the jury members. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past that guy. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, because I think he's guilty as sin. He definitely seems guilty as sin. Doc said I was in a Final Fantasy 11 gay guild with Bieber's uncle. Oh, wow. He was so proud. Others in the guild who knew him from older games vouched that he was sending them home videos of him before he was famous. Oh, wow. I know, was it Bieber's dad who was a deadbeat? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Bieber's dad. There was somebody's dad who was a deadbeat, and he was always showing up only after he got famous, and he was always like shirtless. I'm trying to remember if that was him. He was always shirtless and like popping up just because his kid got famous. It might have been his dad. Steve said, yeah, I'm kitchen fluent in Korean. So you can make Korean dishes then, huh? They have some odd things that they eat. I watched some shows that depict some Korean delicacies, and some of it is really gross. They eat this, there's a certain kind of seafood that they eat while it's still alive, and you put it in your mouth. You can still feel it moving in your mouth. I'm sorry, like you could not pay me to eat that. I don't care if I'm starving. I'm not eating that. It's disgusting. And it seems cruel too. Doc said that must have been almost 20 years ago now. Yeah, Justin, I'm not sure how old he is, but he's in his 30s at this point. Doc said pets mainly communicate through body language, tone, and empathy. Yes, they do. That's true. cats and dogs. Cats have their own way of communication, purring. Boo just flat out talks. I mean, the different noises she makes, she has different noises for different purposes. She has like a kind of a greeting noise, which is like a little chirp, a little rising chirp that she makes, the chirpy sound. And she has one where she's like demanding food. It sounds like kind of pissy, like rah, rah. It sounds like she's saying now. That's what it sounds like. And so different meows and different tones for different purposes, and body language. She does this rattlesnake tail thing when she's happy to see you. Her tail will just start vibrating and swaying back and forth like a snake. So yeah, definitely, totally, they do that. And dogs are very empathetic. Dogs can connect with human emotion very well. Then there's like the position of, if a dog has ears that stand up, then the position of like my mom's Chihuahua's ears, that varies based on his mood too. Doc, oh yeah, you think Diddy groomed Usher too? Could be. I don't know what the history is of those two, but yikes. Yeah. Too many times our legal system just fails us in this country. Christine said, listening while I'm sleeping. Are you typing in your sleep too? I'm assuming you're getting ready to go to sleep, Christine. Thank you. Appreciate you. It's nice how people like to go to sleep by our show and sometimes wake up to our show. But that's happening less lately. Since I still haven't gotten a replacement treadmill, and so as a result, I've been keeping these lives shorter. As a rule, I am going to make them shorter anyway. I'm not going to go back to doing 8-hour lives all the time. I'm not going to do that, but like, I have been making the lives a bit shorter than average because I need to go walk and I can't stream on the treadmill. I need to walk to get my pain under control. But so yeah, you're not gonna find us on still streaming at dawn as much anymore, unless we start streaming at like 1 or 2 in the morning, which does happen sometimes. Tonight it was a lot earlier, so we're gonna, we're not gonna be on a whole lot longer. And I hate to, like, I don't want to disappoint people. I know people like some of the marathon lives and stuff, but I got to put my self-care first and start taking better care of myself. And yeah, Diddy did some crazy stuff, Dieter. I from the sound of it, I think he was guilty. So maybe people were intimidated. Maybe the jurors were intimidated, or he got to them somehow and paid somebody off. I wouldn't put it past him. As slimy as he seems, yeah, for sure. Anyway, Dieter says still no internet, but I uploaded the images. Okay. Thank you, Dieter. I'll pull that up in the AI, or I'll use that link. Dieter is asking Carl, what is your favorite dish? And can you pick a favorite? It's hard for me to pick up one favorite.
Yeah, that's hard to do, to pick a favorite. Why don't you start? What's your favorite?
It's difficult to pick just one, but if I really had to, I'd probably have to say pizza. I love pizza. If I had to pick only one thing, it would be that, and my second would be pasta, and both of which I eat too much of. But trying to hopefully branch out soon and have a more balanced diet. But I'm not the one cooking around here, so I eat whatever is what is readily available.
Yeah, pizza's pretty high on my list too. And I make a lot of barbecue chicken all the time. So
I love barbecue chicken. Yeah.
So you're welcome to come over whenever you want.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I'm there. Scarlet, you have a favorite?
I like crepes.
Yeah. Crepes,
It's
I haven't
crepe.
had those in ages.
Yeah, like the crepes and different types of stuff in them, everything from like salmon to sugar to eggs, breakfast crepe. You know, that'd be good. I love sushi. I mean, pizza's always good too. I thought you were gonna say pad thai.
Yeah. I know I do eat a lot of pad thai. It's up there. It's one of my favorites, but it's not number one for me, or even number two. I'd say it's in my top 5 favorites. I know I eat a lot of it. It's my mom's fault. She keeps getting all this pad thai takeout. I eat whatever's around. So, yeah, crepes. I haven't had crepes since high school French. We made crepes in class one day. Yeah, they were delicious.
Yeah, I have a crepe maker. I can make some crepes. You should come over.
Yeah. Yeah, I would if I could. Yeah.
Crepe party.
They're delicious, and they're not that easy to make to get right. You can screw them up too.
I like savory ones better than sweet ones. Yeah, and sushi's always the rice. People are always like, "Oh, it's raw fish," but sushi's actually just the sushi rice. There's a lot of really good vegan sushi out there.
Really? Oh, vegan sushi.
Yeah,
Okay.
some of my favorite is like sweet potato sushi, and then daikon radish sushi is like really, really good. Well, this hits the spot.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sushi, the thought of eating raw fish turns me off, but I do.
Salmon's just so buttery, like raw salmon, so buttery when they prepare it just right. Melt your mouth.
Oh God. Isn't there a risk of foodborne illness?
No, not where I'm from, because they have to freeze it first, and then I had it in California where it was fresh.
Oh, okay.
So if you get anywhere else except on the coast, they have to. There's lots of regulations. They have to freeze it and then unfreeze it. It isn't as good because it's not fresh.
Yeah, I only in recent years was I even willing to eat seafood at all, let alone raw seafood. I discovered I love salmon with a citrus glaze sauce on it. That's delicious.
Yes,
it's really good. Yeah. Turkey burgers. I like turkey burgers too, with feta and spinach in them on a pretzel bun. Really good.
I just put my cat's gotten into watching TV, so I just put some turkeys on the TV for her with some squirrels and some chipmunks.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if I can eat turkey anymore because I fell in love with the turkeys that are around our area and the flocks of turkeys, and I don't know.
Then just enjoy the squirrels then.
Oh, squirrel meat. Hey, I had a neighbor who used to hunt and used to eat squirrel and stuff all the time. I've never had it personally.
Oh God!
Lots of venison. I've had lots of venison.
Oh no, I love deer too much. I couldn't. Deer are so beautiful. I couldn't do it. But I've heard it's good. I just couldn't. I couldn't. And turkey? Huh?
Yeah, this one place had venison pizza.
Ew. Venison pizza.
It's just like the other meat, really.
Yeah.
It's better for you. It's leaner. It's leaner meat. And they're overpopulated everywhere, and I love them too. But I understand why hunters have to take some of the population out, or they would just get insane numbers.
Yeah. We have an island off the coast of Rhode Island that is so overpopulated.
Actual Rhode Island?
What? Yeah, actual Rhode Island. No.
Actual Rhode Island. That's where that's at, off of Rhode Island.
No, it's Jamestown, Rhode Island, and it's so overrun with deer and overpopulated with deer that they do like some population control over there. They do have to like take out some of the deer population.
Here
I
they
got
call it the deer harvest, harvesting the deer.
really. Oh
Yeah.
gee. Yeah. I don't. It's a shame when they have to do that. I don't really get it. It's like, I mean, is it really necessary for us to interfere? It's the ecosystem. Can't we just leave it alone? Like, if it's overpopulated, it's overpopulated. Like,
Well, you can't, because then they started tearing up people's lawns, and they start they have ticks, deer ticks that will give you Lyme disease. There's
yeah,
something like the zombie deer where they get certain diseases and they will like run around crazy and attack people and things because they're zombie deer.
yeah,
Can't remember what that disease is called. So, I mean, without predators other than humans, it's kind of hard to keep the population in check.
yeah.
Plus, they destroy forests because they literally eat. You'll see some forest areas where it's literally eaten from where the deer could get to the ground. And they've just basically taken all that out.
Right.
And they've kind
But
of
it's
messed
like,
with the system in that way.
right. But the way I look at it, it seems like we should just leave the ecosystem alone unless it's to get rid of invasive species that shouldn't be there. Like the whole thing is, don't mess with it. Humans shouldn't be messing with it.
Or they've been releasing predator animals back in the wild again, like bears and wolves.
Oh,
Parks and stuff like that, national parks.
right. Well, that would be a better way to go about it than having to just, kill a bunch of the animals yourself. Just put release the predator.
Some people I'm not looking for the right word. Subsidize their income by having a deer process because they can literally eat that off of that one deer all winter long.
What about that one deer? Sorry, I zoned out for a sec. I just saw something crazy Dieter wrote in the chat. Sorry. Well,
people can supplement their food by killing a deer and having a process and eating the meat all winter long.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, during some of the lean times, people in California were actually getting their birds of prey, like their falcons and stuff, to go out and get them rabbits, which I thought was fascinating. So they send their hawk out and they get a rabbit and they bring the rabbit back and they eat the rabbits.
Oh, wait a minute. That's another one of Julie's favorite, little bunny rabbits.
Yeah. I love little bunny rabbits.
I already told her I know how to dress a rabbit.
Yes.
I think we have this and a pheasant.
We have.
I'm all ready to go in Yellow Jackets and something.
So you know how to dress a rabbit? I mean, what size do they wear?
Not anything if they don't have
skin. Yeah, I've been going on a lot of walks on the bike path nearby, and there are so many rabbits, a lot of babies this time of year. I've seen a lot of really cute baby bunnies. So I've been taking a lot of pictures. I've seen a lot of different things. So just in the last couple of weeks, I've seen a lot of baby bunnies. I've seen a baby turtle, really cute little guy.
I saw a turtle on the street, and we were going to stop to move it, and then the people behind us stopped and moved the turtle across the street because we thought it was going to get hit by a car.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you have to help the turtle across the road. Yeah.
You see frogs?
I haven't seen any frogs. But I did see a deer. I saw a doe and a baby deer following her, and I never saw that before on this bike path. I never saw a baby turtle before. I've been seeing the like all kinds of wildlife I've never seen on this particular bike path, and I've been there countless times. The other day, I saw a baby skunk too. That was cute. They're really fluffy and soft.
Baby skunks living under one of my houses in California, and everybody thought they were going to stink the place up, and I said, no, they won't. It takes a lot to get a skunk to spray, and they all came out, and they're all so cute running around with the mom, and then they all left, and it was fine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Aww. Everybody told me to beware, but, I love
Yeah.
Julie, it sounds like you live in like Snow White or something. Are they all coming out and like singing to you as well?
No, I feel like it. I feel like I'm in a Disney cartoon these days. They're all flocking around, and the birds are flying around. Lots of birds too, singing for me. And yeah, I had looked at a picture of Snow White, and I've seen almost every one of the types of animals around her flocking around where I walk. Almost everything except for I think there was a raccoon. I haven't seen those lately, but squirrels, chipmunks, rabbits, and things that weren't there, like the baby skunk. You don't see that. Well, actually, no, that was in Bambi. There was a skunk, but yeah, it's very much like Disney princess feeling I'm getting. It's nice. I love baby animals and seeing wildlife in general. I get so excited. I try to take pictures. I got a picture of a chipmunk for the first time ever, and they're very difficult to get pictures of because they run so fast and they don't let you get near them. So yeah, I finally got a picture of a chipmunk. I was excited about that. I've tried many times. It's usually futile. Yeah. I think that's all the ones I've seen. I've also seen I see a lot of crows, loads and loads of crows in the morning. Loud. They're loud and they're giant. And I've seen I saw a whole flock of them flying around. I don't know how many it takes to qualify as a murder of crows, but I think I might have seen enough to qualify as a murder of crows. Huh?
I said probably 3.
Yeah, I saw 4 or 5 of them. So yeah, I saw a murder of crows. No fallen tree this time though. So not in Fromville yet, but yeah, I do see my fair share of crows, and very loud, boisterous. Huh?
Any marmots?
What's that? I've never heard of that.
A marmot, like a big ground squirrel?
Oh no,
no.
Nope. I don't think we have those.
Cranes?
I don't think we have those around here. No, not that I know of. Yeah.
Scarlet, are you just randomly just naming animals, or?
No, there's a nest with cranes in it, like a walk away from my house. I'm not naming random. I'm naming animals I see in Michigan. She's naming animals she sees in Rhode Island. I thought this was the game we were playing.
Have you seen any baby giraffes?
No.
This is not The Last of Us.
Yeah, not The Last of Us. It would be cool though.
Oh, somebody did escape. An emu did escape the zoo or some area and was walking around the city.
Oh, what escaped?
An emu.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what I affectionately call a murder bird.
That's wild.
Yeah, they caught it. So.
They caught it?
Yeah, we don't normally see emus walking around the city.
Yeah, I would guess not. Oh my god. That there was a cow that was loose in the state not long ago. It was making the news. The cow kept getting sighted at different spots. It escaped from somewhere, and I think the cow was actually supposed to be on its way to a slaughterhouse or something, and people were not wanting to report it because they didn't want it to get killed. But I think ultimately the company said they'll spare this particular cow because people have taken a liking to it.
It's earned its freedom.
It's earned its freedom. It worked really hard for that. So, yeah.
Was it like wearing a disguise, with a mustache and glasses and stuff?
No. Yeah, we got hard to disguise a cow. But this cow really wanted to live, so damn it deserved to live. Hi, Amy. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Let's see. Hi, Taryn. Where did I see Taryn's comment? Hi, Taryn. Nice to see you. It must be, let's see, 7 almost 7:30 where you are in the UK, I think. 5 hours ahead. Nice to see you. And Dieter said, Dieter dropped a link to Taryn's website and I think where to get his book too. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Where to get his books, plural, I should say. He's written a number of books, and that's the link to where you can find Taryn's amazing books. So right there. And we're happy to support Taryn always. And in fact, Taryn, your name got dropped earlier during Tony's live. I don't know if you've heard, you probably have, that Tony is, considering and weighing whether he can do a smaller version of the they can't call it that, but a smaller version of the fan convention that he's been wanting to do for so long, a scaled down version. So it'll be a little more financially feasible and more feasible legally, because MGM has given him legal problems with doing a convention, even if he doesn't call it FromCon. And also, he wouldn't have to worry about trying to get a bunch of actors when they're tied up filming. So they're talking about doing a smaller, like Tony has talked about doing a smaller version of a convention on a smaller scale, but in his stream earlier tonight, he brought it up and he was talking about it, and he said how he would like to have you, Taryn, and Real Enigmas, and me. I still can't believe I would be included in this, but I'd be honored to be included as panelists. That we could do panels. So I really hope that we can make this happen, and it would be awesome to meet as many of you guys as possible. And hopefully, Taryn, you could come over from the UK and be part of it and be on a panel. It would be so much fun. I really hope Tony can make this happen, and we can help however we can, and the community can help with figuring out the logistics of how to make this work, and that we can finally get it done. And I think that we don't need a bunch of the actors to be there to want to go and come together as Fremelia, Fromaholics, Fromily, whatever you want to call it. Just we're all under the same umbrella with that, no matter what you call yourself. And it would be so nice to meet as many people as possible in this amazing community. I would love it. I'd be honored to be on a panel. September will be 1 year since I started my channel, and to think I could actually be part of something like that just blows my freaking mind, and I would love it. So we'll keep everybody posted on that. If there's any progress in that direction. Tony thinks that if people are really serious and are up for this, he said that he could have this. We could get this done within a couple of months. So hopefully we can make it happen this year. I would love to do it. He said Nashville would be one potential location, Nashville, Tennessee. So who knows? Maybe we'll actually have some kind of a convention where we can at least come together, do some fun panels, and meet as many folks in the community as possible. Yeah, Tony is awesome. Yeah, Dieter. The legal stuff is just so tricky. He's had a lot of issues with MGM. Even if he's not even calling it the FromCon, he's calling it something else, and they've still given him legal problems with doing a bigger convention. So it's frustrating. The Don's Con. The Don's Con. That's perfect. Let's just call it the Don's Con. There you go. Done. Perfect, Doc. Perfect, Doc. Helicopter Con.
You need to tell Tony this.
Yes. The Don's Con. I'm gonna tell Tony. That's perfect. Done. We got the name already. Sounds good, Taryn. Yes, awesome. Good. I hope you're in. I really hope that he can make this happen, and that we can help him make this happen. Like as much as possible. Like whatever we can do. Whether it's just coming up with ideas to help. I know some people have volunteered to help him raise some funds to make it happen, and he's not looking to make a profit on this at all. Just just to break even. That's all he wants, but there's going to be initial money that has to be fronted to get this planned, and then ticket sales would hopefully cover the cost. So hopefully we can make this happen, and yeah, I would love it. I would absolutely love it. It would be challenging for me to travel and participate in stuff like this because of my pain conditions, but I would find a way to make it work however I could. I couldn't miss out on an opportunity like this. How could I possibly say no to that? I wouldn't be able to participate in everything as much as everybody else because of my pain and my limitations regarding that. But some experience with this would be better than none at all. So I'd have to, one way or another, find a way to make this work. And I'm honored. Tony would want to include me, and as somebody who's so new to all this, it means a lot. It really means a lot. And wanting to go out of his way to make sure that I can get there. Wow. So sweet of him. Very kind. Mackie says, yeah, Don Con, right? It's perfect. It rhymes. It's perfect. Steve said,
I want to answer Doc's question. A marmot is a groundhog. There's different types of marmots. A marmot is a groundhog, but there's other kinds of marmots. And muskrat, yeah. We have muskrats, and I know people have eaten them.
Really? Oh.
The first time I saw muskrats when I moved back here, I thought they were beavers, but they're a lot smaller than beavers. But they kind of have similarities to beavers, and they make dams and they swim around, and they're kind of cute.
Oh, nice. Well, beavers are cute too. Yeah, this is perfect too. Doc said he should call it Teflon Con. That also rhymes and covers Severance and Game of Thrones House of the Dragon as well, and then we'll be fine. Well, why not?
You need to be like Tony's PR, Doc.
Yes, Doc.
So much.
If you're full of great ideas. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Teflon Con.
As long as Teflon isn't a trademarked item.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it is, but other than that, otherwise, yeah, that'd be great. Because I don't understand why there are legal issues if he's not calling it FromCon, but apparently they've still given him trouble. MGM, that is.
Well, they're probably thinking he's going to make money off of somebody's creative property.
Yeah, I guess. But like if you're just coming together as fans of more than one show, like Doc said, that would probably help. Maybe have members of other fan communities too. They could make it happen, I think.
I mean, Twin Peaks used to have a con every year, and they made it work, and but they also had actors and stuff. So I don't know, I don't know the legality with that, but cons have made it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like a Buffy con every year for Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
Several. I think several, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Amy. Yeah. I saw a lot of I've seen so many cute animals lately. The animals Julie sees are like not wild. They just stay like a deer looking at headlights. Yes. I saw this doe that just stood there and stared at me and looked like she was posing for me. She didn't even run away. She stayed there. Yeah, I have really good luck with wildlife photography, especially recently. Julie saw a deer under a ray of sunbeam. She told me from far away. It sounded so cute. Madonna was playing La Isla Bonita while I had tea. Like I do. The Doc.
Do you have any of those photos?
I don't think I have any handy. I might like I'll see if I can get them off my Facebook. Yeah, I put some on Facebook. Yeah. Anyway, what what did I say that Julie? What the fuck? What did I say? What that Dieter was saying? Amy should kick in the nuts. What was I talking? What was I talking about?
Might have been when I was away for a second.
Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about. Don't know. JT Moore said, "Can I call in on Friday, Saturday night for the trivia stream? I want to be a contestant." I don't know how Doc, how are we doing this? How is this going to work? Because if we're doing that, then sure, Jay, absolutely. It's Doc's idea. So Doc, what are you thinking? Because on Friday we're going to do a trivia stream, which is it's going to be our midterm exams, as Doc calls it, for FROMACADEMY, but it's just a trivia night. I think it's an awesome idea, really creative. I love it. It should be a lot of fun. And so, Doc, yeah, how is that going to work? Is it going to be a situation where people can call in? Because I'm wondering what you're thinking. That would be fun. If people want to call in. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, but there's nothing to be nervous about here. So let's see. I don't. Oh my god, I could never eat all these gamey things. Elk and buffalo, Samuel. Oh no.
Elk burgers, buffalo burgers. Buffalo burgers are good.
Really?
Bison burger.
Yeah. Oh god, I just eat.
I've had yak. Yak burgers are good.
Yak.
Yak.
Wow. I just eat the basics. I eat like chicken, hot dogs, all beef hot dogs, burgers, turkey burgers. That's it. That's and fish, like salmon. That's literally all I eat for meat. And meat, like beef meatballs. That's it. In fact, I'm gonna have spaghetti and meatballs actually for dinner in the middle of the night soon. Block Island, we have Block Island, but we also have other islands. AA. I was scrolling up and seeing some random comments I missed here. Oh, sorry you're not feeling well, Amy. Hope you feel better and try to get some more rest. Let's see, what else did I miss here? We have. So, okay, we have them. We just call them groundhogs, Doc said. Okay, yeah, we do have a lot of groundhogs.
Well, we call them groundhogs too, but I just call them marmots because the word marmot's more fun. The groundhog.
Yeah.
It also describes the way they run. They're marmot.
Yeah,
They
really?
kind of like run, like they can't. They're just getting their bodies. They're kind of pudgy, but they can't. They're just going as fast as they can.
Oh, that sounds comical. Yeah,
they're fun. They're fun animals.
Mackie saw an unkindness of ravens. Steve said, I went to high school with the kid whose dad ran an emu farm. Yeah, I saw a farm. Were they emus? I think they were. Are emus like those things that they look kind of like camels?
No, they look like ostriches.
What are those things that they look like? They look a lot like camels, but they're like they have longer hair.
Maybe a llama. Maybe you're thinking of a llama.
Llamas. That's it. I used to live across from a llama farm, and when I'd go for my daily walks, I'd see like the llamas hanging out, looking over the fence. They were very friendly, and I'd go up and you could like pet them on the head and everything. They were very nice, friendly animals.
They probably wanted food from you.
You have to watch out though, because they spit like camels do. Yeah. They spit randomly. They probably did want food. Yes. Oh, yeah. I lived on
you could like feed them carrots and stuff and lettuce.
Yeah. I lived in an apartment on the property of a small farm. So there were like in the backyard, there were horses and chickens and goats and a random peacock that lived on the farm too.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, my aunt has a farm right around the corner as you drive to our house, there's a peacock farm, and sometimes they try to run across the road. And it's this peacock instead of chickens. It's really strange.
Yeah. It's strange. Like, why? It's just random, but they're beautiful animals.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like to see them in captivity.
They're beautiful.
They're beautiful what?
Chickens. They're kind of like pheasants or chickens, and people eat them.
Yeah. Yeah. They're gorgeous. They're gorgeous animals. Yeah, Dieter. Yeah, maybe there'll be another one next year. But Tony is talking about doing a convention this year. In the next couple months, if he can. It would be. I mean, also if you could come, but I know you hate planes, so the only other option would be to take a boat over here.
Take the QE2 over. Take a liner over.
Yeah.
They'll take a month or two.
Take a cruise liner. Steve, this is a heated competition with the XP in the chat. Steve was saying, I'm watching you two, Dieter and Carl. I know what a lie is to take me down when I see one.
I didn't even see it when I was in the chat. I've never seen the XP.
Yeah, it started last night. That was the first time I've seen it. Really weird.
I was in there and I haven't seen it. I don't know if you have to do something special or you.
Huh?
It doesn't acknowledge iPads.
I don't know. That's weird because I just like went on YouTube and it was there. I didn't have to do anything.
I don't know, maybe just for Apple.
Yeah, it's really fun. I'm glad. I like this new feature of YouTube. It encourages more engagement in the chat. Maybe it might even encourage more lurkers to come out of the bushes. We have another. Well, there's only one Pandecolima. You're one of a kind, but we could have another one like you coming out of the bushes. Doc said the Don's Con Sci-Fi Festival. Perfect. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. It would be good to have some actors, if possible. Just me. I don't know if they can make it happen. I just don't think it would be feasible to do it this year to have actors because they don't know when they're going to be called to film their scenes. They have to be available, and so they can't commit months ahead of time to some convention when they don't know. They're not given months of notice on when they're going to be called to shoot. So it's just not feasible. They're going to be filming probably until November on the set of From. And after that, I'm guessing they'll be promoting. They'll be busy promoting it and taking some time off after all that work and everything. So I don't know if they can, if we'd be able to pull that off this year, but it would be great one day to have a convention with the actors for sure. I think that would pose more legal issues though. Maybe that would be more of a legal problem. But I know Tony did talk about trying to get somebody, like maybe some of the monsters. It might be possible to get maybe a couple of actors. He's not ruling it out. Let's see. Yes, we're doing trivia, Steve. We're doing trivia Friday night, our FROMACADEMY midterm exams, as we're calling it. Will officially start at 12:30 a.m. when Doc joins us. But we might start the live at midnight Eastern time. The official start will be 12:30 a.m. Eastern time Friday. Oh, okay. Dieter said that's 30 minutes ago, and you said to me, "What the fuck? Nothing special. Just don't kick me in the nuts, please." Yeah, you said something kind of crazy in the chat, Dieter. That's why I was just like, "What the fuck?" Anyway, Doc said they answer in the chat, but I like the hot seat idea. Yeah, so yeah, to answer your question then, JT Moore, if you would like to call in, we can do call-ins. We will do it. Sure. I'll post the call-in link. And we can, so like that could be like a hot seat sort of thing, like Doc said. So that you can answer the trivia questions in the chat. You don't have to call in to participate in the trivia part, but you can call in and be in the hot seat. That sounds like a fun idea. So let's do both. I'm game. It's so hard to see without my glasses. If it's yes, it'll be a call in. We'll definitely do a call in Friday. Yes, Dieter. If I get the change, I may call in. I'm not good at games. Even AI doesn't work with me how I want. It's okay. It's all in fun. You don't have to perform really well. We're just gonna have fun with it. It's not really like the midterm exam title is just in keeping with the From Academy theme. That's why we're calling it that. I love that idea that Doc came up with for that. Steve said I used to have a meat rep who'd show up once a week with some wild ass meats for the restaurant, trying to get me to buy them: ostrich, emu, alligator, etc. Yeah, no thanks. There's a weird exotic meat place in Rhode Island where you can get weird shit like that, and like rattlesnake. Yeah, I'm good on that kind of stuff. Doc says maybe we should have teams: Colony House, Town, Tunnels, and Cannibal Village. Not for serious, but could be funny for people to pick houses. Sure. Yeah. And yeah, we could do that. We could do that. There's a Q&A feature of YouTube too, so we might be able to use the Q&A feature to do the actual trivia part. I've never used it. It'll be fun to actually try it and see how it works. I've only used the poll feature. So yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Doc. What did I miss? What Dieter said? Amy said that Dieter woke up and chose violence with that one. There's some crashing noises. The cats are knocking stuff over in the living room, waking up my mom. Great. I'm gonna be summoned to go feed the cats in a minute. I do need to wrap up anyway in a few minutes. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat here. Some guy in my town growing up had yaks and one emu. That's weird, Samuel. Yaks and an emu. Okay. Let's see. What would each of those houses represent? Well, Colony House would be the freewheeling wild people, I guess. Town is more structured. Cannibal Village, I don't even know. The tunnels, well, you'd be like one of the monsters, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to that. Let's see. Steve used to hunt and take acid before. Oh, geez. You took acid and went for a walk in the woods? Are you serious? Or are you joking? He says, I took acid and went for a walk in the woods and haven't been able to hunt ever since. Yeah, I don't think weaponry and acid would mix well together. Yeah, that definitely wouldn't mix well.
Nature spoke to him. Maybe he saw the trees and the animals speaking to him, and he's like, "No."
Just a sec.
Hey, if you guys are a fan of the Librarians, I'm doing a watch party for episode 6, the Con. The Librarians' next chapter in the Con. And it's going to be on Sci-Fi Vision at 11 o'clock EST. And I think Jamie has a watch party before in our Discord. I'm not 100%. But it's a fun time, and I know that at least Doc's fiance would be interested in maybe an interview we're getting with one of the actors on the show. But it's all kind of up in the air right now, and we're planning a date for that. I'm trying to think of anything else that
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You got any plans for 4th of July?
No, just gonna lay around and be sexy. That's about it.
Oh, I see. In a Howard Hughes sort of way, like in a hotel room.
Yeah, I've got some Kleenex boxes and
Oh,
letting my nails grow and stuff. Yeah.
yeah,
And definitely in a Howard Hughes kind of way.
yeah. You're not gonna go
Uh,
out to see fireworks anywhere.
well, I might. I know that there's like a local lake where I think they do fireworks on the lake. You know.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
I might check that out this year.
Let me see.
And you, what's your 4th of July plans?
Ow! 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 um.
Pain? Is that what you're saying? 4th of July for you is pain?
No, I just got a problem with my leg. That's what I was hoping we'd be done soon. I am gonna go out of town. I'm gonna go to my boyfriend's cabin in around a little bit north of Traverse City, Michigan, on the bay.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's a really nice area. It's usually cooler than it's so far north. It's got to be cooler than where I am now, and it's a really beautiful cabin, and it's now with all like the large mega mansions and stuff on the bay. This thing looks like a little tiny petite cabin, but I think it's pretty big for what it is.
Yeah, size can sometimes be up to someone's perspective for sure.
Well, I mean, how much space do you really need? You know?
Right. I mean, how big does something have to be? I got you.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if it's your boyfriend's cabin, so I'm sure it's adequate.
Yes, it is adequate. It sleeps about 10. So there you go.
Oh wow.
I'll leave
10?
it at that.
That's a big cabin. It's a big ass cabin. Sorry about that. It's what I expected was gonna happen. I heard that crash. The cats knocked stuff over, so they were demanding to be fed at 2:48 in the morning. Anyway, yeah, I heard you talking about 4th of July plans. I'm doing a whole lot of nothing as usual. I used to love going to see fireworks, but I haven't done that in a long time, and it's not like an activity that you go out and do by yourself, so I'm going to be staying home. Generally, if it's like a kind of a social type of activity, but maybe next year I will see fireworks because I do enjoy them. I used to like seeing them over the ocean. There's a beautiful fireworks display over the ocean here. With Alice said we had a yield to peacock sign in our neighborhood because of a nearby peacock family business. Oh, that is so cute. That must have been adorable. Yeah, I don't understand why there are legal issues either with the convention. I really don't. You would think they'd want to promote this show and not pay for it. Exactly. It's good for the health of the show and the fandom. It keeps the fandom engaged. So I don't understand what the problem is. Anyway, Doc said, please send me the questions for the trivia, folks. Just hold back and don't answer when we ask your questions. Right. So like if when we ask a question that you've submitted, just don't answer your own question. And other than that, yeah, like submit questions. That's so in our Discord, we have FROMACADEMY channel, so you can go in there and submit questions, or you can DM Doc directly, and we'll put a fun show together for you Friday night. And let's see. Yes, from related. especially topics we've covered in From Academy. Yeah, so like the showrunners. So we've covered, like kind of in shadow here. The showrunners, we've covered John Griffin, Jeff Pinkner, Jack Bender. What else? We've covered obviously the nightmare creatures is an ongoing theme that we've done for the last few weeks, and we're going to do one more week on them next week. So there's that. Then there's let's see, what else have we done? Did we do the crows, right? I think we did the crows. Yeah, the ravens and the crows. So we did the ravens and crows. I'm trying to remember the other themes we've done. Well, yeah, I'm drawing a blank for some reason, but I know there's more. There's more. Yeah, I'm at a loss at the moment, but at any rate, topics we've covered in From Academy. All of the From Academy streams are in a playlist on my channel page, so you can find them all there. You can look back at what we've covered, and if you want to get ideas as to trivia questions. Let's see. What else? Doc says, I think all of us panelists should take a seat in the hot seat. Maybe do a round where the panelists compete. Yeah, that's a great idea. I like that, Doc. I'm game. I like doing trivia. So yeah, we can do that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I'm absolutely game. And yeah, we'll make it a call in so other people can get in the hot seat. I would say, like, if Tony wants to join, Tony would probably get everything right because he's covered From since day one. So anyway, what else? Hold on a sec. Hold on. So anyway, legal mods. Hey. So nice to see you. Hope you're doing well, illegal mods. And let's see. The acid trip was a week before hunting. Okay, good. Yeah, you gotta be careful about that. You definitely don't want to mix drugs and lethal weapons. For sure. Anyway, what else? So schedule for the next week. Yeah, so Dieter's posting my schedule here. So we've got wait a minute. This was this week, Dieter. Next week we'll be back to normal with Monday will be our Duster Live. So I'll get into the schedule though. I'll get into the schedule. Hold on a sec. Okay. I'm trying to find where sorry, the chat jumped on me and I lost my place. Wait, hold on. So illegal mods. MOD. MODS. Steve. Venison can be gamey. I think. Depends on I guess it depends on like your definition of gamey, but yeah, I fed the cats, Dieter. I took care of that. Watch the fireworks in Discord with someone from YouTube. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. And it was a small joy, Julie. Oh yeah, I bet with Alice, the peacocks. Absolutely. They're beautiful. Beautiful creatures. Anyway, so Dieter with his AI in Colima, where the sun shines warm and the air smells of fresh Pandecolima finds joy in simple moments, bread, smiles, and the heart of a town that feels like home. Hey, Susie. Nice to see you, Susie Seashell. I'm gonna do another Lost watch party. I think Thursday night, maybe. I don't know. Maybe after Duster, we could watch an episode or two of Lost. We'll see. It just feels fitting, you know. We watch Josh Holloway and Duster, and then watch an episode of Lost. So if you want to come watch with us, Susie, I'll tag all the Losties. In the Discord and see if you want to watch some season 6 Lost with me, because I'm still early in the season. I haven't continued watching. I'm waiting, you know, to watch with the group, because it'll be fun that way. It'll be more fun with the friends. Australians lost to the emus in the Emu War. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, there were some creepy vibes, guys. Yeah, it's all right. I take care of it. No worries. It's fine. It's all set now. Susie said, I very much love that as soon as you see me, you just holler at lost time. Lost time, you're the best. Absolutely, Susie. I know you're like the biggest losty, so yeah, I'm looking forward to watching more Lost together. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Susie. Yeah, I don't expect you to. Just because I give people a wrench doesn't mean I expect you to show up all the time and be an official mod. A lot of times I give people wrenches so that they have the ability to just share links with us, and like whether it's a link to your channel or a link to something from related that you want to share. So I give people wrenches for that, or because just for the hell of it. I don't know, because I feel like it one day, but I don't expect.
Susie, last night we had a wrench party where there's a bunch of wrenches that's given out to everybody. Wrenches everywhere.
Just throwing wrenches left and right. Yeah, just throwing wrenches everywhere. So like Steve got a wrench last night. Doc, don't worry about it. It's fine. I took care of it. Anyway, yeah. So please don't feel bad. Like, don't, just because you have a wrench, please don't feel obligated to do anything. You're fine. Just come hang out and be awesome, and, you know, model kindness like you always do anyway. Like almost everybody I've met in the From fandom is awesome and kind. So yeah, that's all I ask for. And you know, if you see anything crazy, you do have abilities that come with having a wrench. So if you do see anything crazy, if you see you know, like sexual harassment or bullying or racism, you know, and you're not sure what to do, like you can like reach out to another mod if you're not sure, but you also have the ability to like time people out. The first step you take is timing them out rather than jumping to banning, unless it's something really crazy. Like there are reasons to just go ahead and ban somebody right off the bat. But like when somebody was dropping spoilers in my chat, I had to just ban them quickly, which I did during From season 3, because they were dropping spoilers based on leaks. But if it's something that's more minor, you can just time them out, and then they can't post anything for like 15 minutes, I think. And then if the problem continues, then, you know, you can take the further step of banning the person. But yes, Steve, don't put accounts on timeout. Please use your wrenches responsibly, folks. Please don't just screw around with it. I know you're joking. He's like, how else am I supposed to stay in the lead? Oh, no.
Yeah, you can't use them for crowns. No wrenches for the crowns.
No, Sorry, no, you can't use it to rig the XP game. Susie said, Laser Spork, I like you already. I'm gonna have to check the rankings before we wrap it up here. See where everybody's placed tonight. Steve, are you using MY hack? I don't know what that is. They don't look like they have much of a brain cell, but it makes them more cute. LOL. What does Amy? I don't. Amy, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Like that missing when we go live. We're just happy to see you. We're just happy to see you when you show up, and you're one of our regulars, and we're so glad to see you every time. You're one of the family. What else here? Doc said, Julie, I need a super wrench so I can get on edge of Stephen. JK. Yeah, there are two different types of moderators. There's standard moderators and managing moderators. I don't even know what the difference is, but I guess managing moderators have slightly more powers. I'm not sure what the difference is, to be honest with you. And anyway, so don't be swinging that wrench around willy-nilly. Yes, just me says. Just be responsible. Use the wrench responsibly. Susie, is this? This is awesome, Susie. Yes. Susie says, I got a psychiatrist that specializes in ADHD in women and a veteran who wants to talk about the troubles with disability post-Iraq for my channel, but I'm taking my time because I want to do it right. Well, that's awesome, Susie. I think that's a really terrific idea for a channel, and we need more awareness about mental health issues and ways that people can cope with it. So that's fantastic. I love that idea. And let us know whatever we can do to help. We're happy to help you promote it and spread the word, try to get people to subscribe. So I may not have the biggest platform here, but I'll do whatever I can to help and get the word out as much as possible. And we'll promote it in the Discord too. So let us know, please. Let me know. Reach out when I may not. Sometimes I do. I don't mean to, but sometimes I don't get to DMs as quickly as I would like to. But eventually, I promise I will get to it. I have brain fog from being in pain all the time and just being overwhelmed all the time. And then if I think to myself, oh, I'll get to that DM a little later, it'll get pushed down and buried quickly sometimes. And then I feel terrible, and 2 weeks has gone by or more, and I feel awful. So if I don't respond to a DM, anybody out there, please don't take offense. Try DMing again. Chances are I'll see it then, and I'll be like, oh no, there was a DM from 2 months ago that I missed, and I totally didn't mean to. And then I'll respond to both, the old one and the new one. Please never take offense or assume I'm ignoring you if I don't answer a DM. It's just the life that I'm living. I'm constantly in survival mode and just trying to function. And so, yeah. But please, anyone who wants to reach out for any reason, don't hesitate to DM. And Susie, I'd love to help however I can. Let me know when you are ready to get that channel launched, and we'll help you get the word out. The one thing that we needed was a left-handed monkey wrench. Sorry, that's the Grateful Dead. Yeah. She said, that's why I didn't start doing TV show stuff, but I think it can be very relevant in the end because so many of these shows deal with that stuff. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. So many of these shows deal with issues of trauma. I mean, every show that I've covered on this channel, other than Duster, even Duster deals with trauma. At the heart of Duster is trauma too. That's a through line through every single show that I've covered on this channel. Duster less so than the others, but trauma is still at the root of it. But the other shows, from Severance, The Last of Us, and The Handmaid's Tale, are deeply rooted in trauma and how human beings respond to it in different ways, how they cope with it, how we cope with it and how we try to find our purpose in the midst of that trauma. Duster, it is rooted in trauma as well. The main character, Nina, she becomes an FBI agent because she lost her dad from a young age, and Jim lost his brother. And so the trauma and the grief from that is at the heart of Duster as well. It's not just a show about a flashy car. Susie said I could do a huge deep dive on Gilmore Girls and ADHD, for example. Oh, totally, you could. Absolutely. Yeah, you'd be excellent. Steve said, oh, I'm going to need full mod superpowers from here on out. LOL for a friend. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what managing moderators do, Steve. I couldn't even tell you. I have no idea. Yes, mental health is important, Dieter. Absolutely. In 1 hour, I leave to my appointment with the psychologist. Good. Let's destigmatize mental health issues and seeking counseling. Everyone could benefit from a good therapist, if you ask me. Susie said, girl, I haven't been on Discord or barely YouTube in like 4 months. Wow. It's too hot and I'm too sore. I feel you. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm sorry that you're dealing with pain, Susie, and I hope you are finding ways to manage it. And those issues you were having, I think you were having issues with your hand, and so I hope you're getting through that okay. Susie wrote a million things about sinners in Discord and realized I disappeared for like 2 months, and just now, actually, I wrote a lot. Just wrote a lot and then dipped, huh? Amy said, I haven't checked the mail in weeks. Don't feel bad. Yeah. See, like this is a common thing. We don't mean, a lot of people take offense and get hurt sometimes, but most of the time we don't mean to ghost anybody. Life just gets overwhelming, and sometimes DMs pile up and then they get pushed down and you don't see them, and it just happens, but it's not intentional. So sometimes your cat answers DMs. Just me. Yeah, my cat likes to walk on the keyboard sometimes, and yeah, so she tries. Anyway, thanks, Dieter. I try. I have no choice but to keep going. Life hasn't given me any choice but to keep putting one foot in front of the other. I'm trying. And yeah, it's not easy, but Samuel, can I have a wrench, please? Okay. Sure. I feel left out here. Sure, Samuel. I'll give you a wrench. See, all you have to do is ask. Most of you guys, I will, like, as long as you're not somebody brand new who I've never seen before, I trust you enough to give you a wrench. Let's see, what is, I don't know which, I don't know which is which. So, okay. Standard moderators can review and remove chat messages. Let me see. Now I'm curious. Standard moderators can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. Managing moderators can manage blocked words and can change chat modes in live, and also has the other capabilities of mods. So I don't even know what chat modes are. No clue. And blocked words, I don't even know what the blocked word thing is either. So I have no idea. But anyway, so now, Samuel, you've got a wrench. There you go. Anybody else wants a wrench? Just ask, huh?
I think chat mode might be where they like pause. There's a lot of people in the chat. There's a little bit of a lag.
Oh, okay.
Probably so the bot can keep up with the chat, so in case there's creepers or something, they can get rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good to know. Yeah.
With Alice wants a wrench.
With Alice, you got it. You got it. It's so easy to do. With Alice, where did she say that? I don't see it in here.
Her comment is, "May I have a wrench, Julie?" ?
Huh. My YouTube didn't update itself, I guess. You absolutely can. There you go. It's easy. All I have to do is tap on somebody's name in the chat, and I can do it that quickly. I felt so silly when I realized how easy that was. It took me forever at first to figure out how to make people mods, and there's some complicated thing you do in the YouTube settings, and then I discovered that shortcut. It couldn't be easier. So now you got a wrench too. It's been like Oprah the last couple days. You get a wrench. You get a wrench. Everybody gets a wrench. Everybody who wants one, as long as I know you and you're not like brand new, I trust you to wield that power. And you don't have to do anything. I don't expect you to do anything other than just be your same awesome selves. But you also do have the power to, put people in timeout if they are bullying, sexually harassing, being racist, things like that. And if you're not sure, you can always reach out to one of us in Discord via DM. And if you're not sure what you should do and you see something going on. Susie said, yeah, and I'd like, since I'm not a professional, to go into with real science and personal experiences, then expand into art, because art is life is art. Absolutely. So let me just catch up with you guys, and then I'm gonna say good night. Let's see. So Talk said I'm gonna petition the controller to send King Ghidorah to your timeline just to obtain a special device from Steven that I will convince the controller we need. Probes will be involved. Uh-oh. Not the probes. Okay, so yes, Dieter's a super mod. He is. So is Doc, actually. Doc, you're a managing mod along with Dieter, and I don't even know who else is, because I didn't even know what those are. So I forgot there are even two different kinds until just now. Let's see. I think I would probably be team town for Friday night. That'll be our next live. Yeah, I've been getting outside more myself, Susie. That's good. Getting sunshine is healthy. I've been getting more sun, getting more walks outside. Anyway, I'm just kind of skimming through here really quick. The Long Walk and Weapons. Are those new movies or coming out, Samuel? Cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes, yeah, beware of this, guys. Doc raises a good point. Beware of this. So sometimes you can accidentally like time somebody out or something, or delete somebody's comment. So just be careful. There are, like, off to the side when you're a mod, there are 3 dots. So just be careful that you don't accidentally, and if it happens, it's fine. If you accidentally delete somebody's comment, I think you can even restore it. Either that or just tell the person, sorry, I didn't mean to I don't think you can restore it. You just tell them, sorry, I didn't mean to delete your comment, and then they can repost it, whatever. Try not to time somebody out by accident. That's harder to do, I think. But yeah, if you time somebody out, then they're just kind of, they can't post anything for 15 minutes. Thanks, Susie. Yeah, it's actually not blue. I know it looks blue kind of in this light, but it's purple. This light does not do justice to the color it actually is. But thank you anyway. It's a bright purple, and I love teal though. Like you, I do love teal. Anyway, so slow mode and polls. Oh, okay. Slow mode and polls. Probably the other one could do polls for you. Oh, so a managing moderator can do polls for me. That's good to know. And the Q&A, whatever that is, I don't know what I would really do with Q&A. There we go. So yep, Samuel's got his wrench. There we go. Chat modes is to slow down the entire chat so you can follow easier. Don't give that to many people if they press it by accident. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know you could do that. maybe with the second type, you can highlight that when you ask. I have no idea. People with the second type can highlight that when you ask. Yeah, I don't think they can highlight comments. Yeah, Doc. Doc. Yeah, no, I just thought, hey, you should be a managing moderator too, along with Scarlet and Pandecolima Carl here. So yes, why not? Why shouldn't you be a managing moderator? You feel humbled and honored. Well, you deserve it. Let's see.
Does that mean that I get paid more?
Yeah. You get a raise from the current $0 an hour to like 1 penny. It's about all I can pay.
Winning.
What? What did you say?
I was just saying that that means I'm winning.
Oh yeah. Well, it's definitely. In fact, let me check and make sure that you're.
I was gonna say I'm probably winning because I got a ton of pennies, many hours.
Yeah. Yeah. So you got, yeah, that would have to add up to a lot. You'd get a lot by now. Screw the crowd. I have a super rich. Yeah, you got a super rich, Doc. Speaking of which, I'm gonna look up the rankings before I end here. Everybody's getting a wrench. You get a wrench, and you get a wrench. Yes. Look under your seats, everybody. You got a wrench. Yeah, like Oprah and her silly. I was always jealous of all those people in the audience. You get all this stuff. Damn, I wanted to be in that audience. Everybody's getting a humpback whale. What? Yes, wrenches. The whole chat is going to be a sea. Right now, it looks like a sea of blue wrenches. Almost everybody's got one now. I love it. Who turned on slow mode? Someone is abusing the wrench to slow down my XP grind. LOL. Yeah. Let's not abuse the wrench, folks. You're welcome, Doc. Now I think you'll be able to like do polls and stuff. So when you're on the panel, I think you can open your YouTube and do polls. So that actually could come in handy having the super wrench for you. Anyway, what was Dieter doing? You said I'll stop now. Oh, Dieter was testing the slow mode. Oh, okay. He said I'll stop now. I thought he was kidding. He said I can also block words. I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to tell me, Dieter. Like, we can make up words that people are not allowed to write in the chat. Interesting. So, you can't beat me, Dieter. I just Uno reverse your slow chats. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, he can't win that easily. It's a heated competition going on. Yeah, it's really purple as fuck, Susie. I love purple. Yes. Thank you, Susie. Yeah, pink and purple were always my two favorite colors. That blouse looks purple in StreamYard, and my room and on phone looks more red. Oh, this blouse is red. That's weird. It looks purple in StreamYard. Strange. I think that's through StreamCloud, where Q&A submissions can be highlighted, but not sure. Huh, okay. Dieter can't do polls? Okay, so maybe that's not... I don't know. We'll figure out what these powers actually do.
Yeah, I don't think the mods can do polls.
Yeah, then what are these chat modes then? So slow mode is just one of them, and polls it's not. Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe
Too bad.
Power.
Too bad. That would be nice if you could. Sense8, yeah, Sense8 is. I think he'd like that, Doc. I liked it. It was a good show. Julie paid the Julie even paid the taxes on our wrenches for us. Yes, Doc, I did that for you, just for you guys. I'll save you the time, Julie. I win. Well, let's see where everyone's at now before we close it down. Mods can do what they want. Not really, Dieter. You can still get in trouble. Can still send you to the box, but yeah. I trust you guys. So manager still gets paid nothing. If I could afford to pay you a salary, Lord knows I would, though. You deserve it. You definitely do. Anyway, let's see where we're at. So I can get going.
The final rankings.
Yeah. Final rankings. My cat is demanding to be let back in.
Yeah, my cat's going crazy upstairs. You'll hear her soon. She's incoming.
Oh, okay. All right.
I surprise you?
A box of pad thai. What? Yeah, I'll pay you in pad thai.
Take it.
Well, so I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna share the screen to show it actually. Like I did last time. In the meantime, so I was supposed to release a duster video yesterday, and I tried. I spent hours and hours, and I still was not able to finish it in time. So I'm down to the wire now. The finale of Duster airs tonight, and I haven't finished it or released it yet.
Pressure's on.
The pressure is on. Oh, what the hell? I accidentally titled this live. It's Call in Deep Dive. Call in Theory Deep Dive live with Doug Hughes. Doug Hughes.
Oh, I thought you did that on purpose.
No.
The guy's so nice, you named him twice.
No.
I thought you were excited about Doug Hughes. I was going to point it out, but I thought maybe it's just that Doug Hughes enthusiasm.
That looks ridiculous. Oh my God. Oh my God. So embarrassed. Oh my God. He must have looked at it like, what the hell?
Like, what's going on?
You really thought he did that on purpose?
Yeah, I thought he did it on purpose. Every time I went back in the chat, it was like, Doug Hughes, Doug Hughes.
Oh my God. I didn't see it until just now. Oh my God. It's my stupid phone. Like, I was typing the title and the cursor kept like doing this weird jump from the title box down to like the bottom of the text box where you put in the description. I'm like, the hell? No. So I thought that it didn't get the Doug Hughes part in there. So I typed Doug Hughes, and apparently I typed it twice by accident. I'll have to edit that after. What the hell? Anyway, so, oh my God, I feel like such an idiot. Anyway, I'll share the screen and show you the rankings. Oh my God. Doug has been on with us. I'm gonna have to count how many times he's been on, but it's over 20 times. We're in the 20s. I don't think it's been 30 times yet. It would just be funny if I randomly titled it like that. So here's the YouTube tab here. It should be showing up anytime now. It's a little slow. Okay, there it is. So the top fan rankings are Steve did it. Steve did it. Yes, number one tonight. Steve is number one with 525 XP. Dieter has 500 XP. number 2. Number 3 is Doc, 450. Number 4, Pandecolima, 425. Number 5, Samuel, 375. Number 6 with Alice, 300. Number 7, Bill Chill with 275. Number 8 is Mackie with 250.
Yeah,
Number
Maggie.
9 is Shadow.
Oh,
There's the bell for Mackie. Shadow
it's been a long
Skull.
time, Maggie.
There it is. There it is. Number 9, Shadow Skulk, 225. Number 10, Baby Clay Media and Reactions, 150. And then it goes all the way up to 20. So 11 is Zephyr Cat, 12 is Dr. Kim. Now I'm not sure. That's like that's the username, but okay, it's Compassionately. I see the avatar, recognize it. Number 12 is Compassionately. Number 13 was Robert Saunders. 14 was Nightman LOL. 15 is Susie. And that's only because Susie came in. Susie, I'm telling you guys, Susie is going to give you a run for your money. Susie will spam the chat. Susie is like me. Susie is very chatty. So I'm telling you, if Susie comes earlier, she's going to give you a run for that number 1 spot.
If Susie goes off on one of her tangents, you never know.
She will fight you for that number 1 spot. She is a contender. If she comes earlier, guaranteed. She's number 15, number 16, JT Moore, number 17, Taryn, number 18, SL Rhodes, 19, Laura Butler, 10, Jen the Teacher.
Oh,
it goes further than I thought. It keeps going. 21, David, 22, Grant, 23, Rose Jones, 24, Martin, 25, Kendoku, 26, Kelly, and 27, Zapton. So yes, there we go. There are the rankings for tonight. Thank you all for participating. I love this new feature. This is super fun. I love it. It adds a whole new level of incentive for engagement in the chat, and it's fun. Like there's no it's like, it's not serious. It's not like, oh, we value you more just because you type more in the chat or something. I've said from day one, literally from my very first live stream, that I appreciate every single person who listens to my streams, even if you're not chatting at all, even if you've never entered the chat. I'm thankful for each and every one of you guys. And so any lurkers listening, lurker is not a pejorative. It's awesome. I'm so appreciative of everybody. And because you're still supporting the channel. You're choosing to spend your time listening to us here, and that means the world. And hitting the like button, it's awesome. So thank you everybody for your support, including the listeners and the lurkers, and everybody in the chat for your awesome participation as well. And you're all supporting, and I can't thank you all enough. You're all supporting in your own ways. So anyway, so the schedule for the next few days and coming up, I am going to finish that duster video. I'm not expecting it to get a lot of views, and that's okay. I've never done a duster video, and I'm doing it at the last minute before the finale airs tonight. So I don't expect much. I'm mainly just doing it just so I can say I did it. I completed it. I'm happy with it. I don't need a lot of views. But if you do happen to see the duster video pop up in your notifications, it would be awesome if you could give it a view. Even 30 seconds counts as a view. Hit the like button, drop a comment in the comment section, and push it out in the algorithm that way. I'd appreciate it if you have a moment. Again, only 30 seconds counts as a view. I am going to finish this. It's last minute, but I just want to have this done. I worked hard on it, and so the work is its own reward. I have enjoyed making the video, and it's not done. I still have a little more to do, but I'm almost there. Tonight we'll have the watch party for the finale of Duster at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. So if you're not in there, you can join. In the description of the video, there's a link. So I am going to be on time with that too. I'm going to do my very best to be on time at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we'll watch the finale when it drops. We can chat about it if we want. Maybe we'll watch an episode of Lost, maybe 1 or 2 episodes of Lost after. And let's see, then Friday night, of course, FROMACADEMY midterm exams, aka just trivia night, with Doc Kaiju joining us. That'll be fun. We'll start that officially at 12:30 a.m. I might get started maybe a little bit earlier than that, but most likely, knowing me these days, it'll probably be 12:30. Hopefully no later. I will do my best to be on time. And if you want to submit questions for trivia night for From, then you can put them in the Discord in the FROMACADEMY channel. And then Monday will be our last live for Duster, the finale. We'll break that down at 10:30. Not 10:30. What am I talking about? I think we're going to probably do it. Maybe we'll do it at 11 p.m. Eastern. We'll do it a little earlier than usual. But I'll put out the schedule at the beginning of the week. I'm thinking probably 11 p.m. Eastern for the Duster finale. And we'll see if maybe Tony wants to join this time, or stay tuned. We might have something special up our sleeve for that final Duster live. We'll let you know at the beginning of the week. And after Duster, the next series that I will be covering will be The Institute, the new MGM Plus series based on the book by Stephen King and executive produced and directed by Jack Bender, the one and only from our beloved From. So I have high hopes for that. I think it's going to be amazing. And the timing of it could not be more ideal because it is premiering next week. It is premiering a week from this weekend. So the first Monday that will be without a Duster live will be open, and the Institute can just slide right into that slot, that open slot. It'll be right there. Perfect.
Pause.
You
can slide that spot, that open spot.
Yes. As I was saying it, I was thinking,
waiting spot, in the schedule.
Wide open.
As the words were coming out of my mouth, I wanted to put them back in.
You wanted to put something back in?
Yeah. God. Pause again. What, Scarlet?
Oh, if anybody's interested, I'm going to be covering Sandman, the second season with Jamie and Sci-Fi Vision. I know it's coming out in like 6 episode bits, but we're going to be covering 2 episodes like real quickly to try to get through it before everybody else, does theirs.
Yeah, that's cool.
So it'll probably be on like a Sunday and then like a Tuesday or something like that. We're kind of hashing out what times we're going to be on, like for a couple hours here and there, discussing a couple episodes each time. I don't know if you've seen the Sandman season 1.
I haven't.
Yeah.
No.
So.
Nope. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah. So the Institute, I'm really psyched about. We'll be covering that on Mondays at probably 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Not this Monday, but the following Monday will be the first one, and it premieres. Now it says Sunday, July 13th, but if MGM is doing this the same way they did From, then I'm pretty sure, and I'm pretty sure they are, it will be a midnight release. So that will mean, just like with From, Saturday night at midnight, technically Sunday, but Saturday night at midnight, we'll do midnight watch parties when the episodes drop. And we'll do that whenever they drop, whatever time it is, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be midnight. We'll do that every week. That should be a lot of fun. I have high hopes for it because Jack Bender is executive producing and directing it. So maybe MGM will finally have another great show on their hands, another great new show that we can sink our teeth into while we're waiting on From. I'm really looking forward to covering that. I was so psyched for once. I got so lucky with the timing. I don't have to juggle 2 new shows at once. I had to do with The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale. This is so great. There's no gap in between, just Duster ends, and then we'll pick up with the Institute the following Monday. I will do breakdowns for Duster. I didn't do episode breakdowns, but for the Institute, I will do deep dives on each episode because it will have mystery elements to it. I mean, Duster has a mystery too, but I just didn't feel the need to do breakdowns for Duster. And I also wanted to kind of just cut myself a break after how much work it was doing The Last of Us lives and videos and Handmaid's Tale videos at once. So, but for the Institute, I'm going to do deep dives on every episode, scripted deep dives in addition to the lives. Looking forward to that, and going to see what I can do about hopefully maybe getting an interview or two if possible. I'm going to try. And what else? Oh yeah, so next week we'll most likely do another story time with Doug on Wednesday night at 10, maybe 10:30 p.m. I would say 10:30 p.m. Eastern, if Doug is available. If he's not, then we'll just do a From Theory Crafting a season 4 Theory live. And I think next week, maybe I think next week is the week we're taking a break from Academy. And if that's the case, then we'll do The Residents. So we'll finally finish covering the final 2 episodes of The Residents. We didn't forget about it. I do want to finish.
You still remember The Residents? Anyone?
Does anyone still remember The Residents? Yeah, I still want to finish that. I do. So, anyway,
yeah, I had somebody ask me, like one of the comments here was about Dexter. I actually got asked to do a Dexter live, but I don't think I'm going to because I'm doing 5 a week already.
Yeah.
I don't really want to do another one, and I'm not caught up on Dexter at all. I don't even know what's been happening. I don't even know what's been happening in that world.
Yeah, that would be a lot. That would be too much. I only do 3 now, and that's my limit.
Yeah.
I used to be on like 5 lives per week when From season 3 was airing. I was on 5 lives per week. 3, it was 2 of my own and 3 of other people's, and it was too much for me.
Well, this one will be with Cyber Queen Media, which I like a lot because they also do Yellow Jackets and From and some other stuff. But and it's actually funny because our watch party did a live thing, but it came on like maybe 10 minutes after we started. And I'm like, well, that doesn't fit my schedule at all. So
yeah.
Rewatching season 1. I don't know if I could rewatch all the seasons of Dexter, quite honestly.
It's a lot, I'm sure.
It's a lot.
Susie, Duster is really great. I highly recommend it. Definitely. I mean, being a Lostie, I think you'd really enjoy the character that Josh Holloway plays. He's very much like Sawyer, but as a mob boss from the 70s. He oozes the same kind of charisma, the same type of presence that he had on Lost. And there's some, there's some mystery to it also. So I'd highly recommend checking it out. And thanks, Dieter. And yes, I will play David's TikTok before I head out. Absolutely. Mackie said I was about to fall asleep too. It was a true summons with the bell. You did summon him back.
You're welcome.
It worked. Yes. He says the bell.
I'm just so happy he's back. Let me tell you.
Yeah, we're glad you're back, Mackie. He said the bell
gets
in the
chat, Mackie. I couldn't believe it.
He said the bell gets rung in my name, buddy. Oh, yes, just for you, Mackie.
You're part of the mythology, Mackie.
We usually wait till 4 a.m. to do the Mackie wake up call, but we're gonna get out of here before 4 a.m. So so it's gonna be earlier now. We're not gonna be doing as many lives at 4 a.m. these days.
Everybody get out.
We gotta get going here. But
go wherever you want, but you can't. You can go. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yes. Good night, Amy. Sleep well. Hope you can get more rest and feel better. Susie, I will find myself there for Lost, but tag me like 10 times on Discord or I'll send you my number. Okay, Susie, you got it. I will tag you as many times as it takes. I tried tagging you last time, but I couldn't summon you. But no hard feelings, of course. Hey, we're happy to have you when you are able to pop in and join. You're such a fun person to have around. You're like the life of the party. What's Scarlet?
Does it take a slutty crab in order to summon Susie?
Maybe it would. Yeah. It's a reference. It's a joke from the other night, Susie. If you're wondering, it's a joke. It's an inside
if
joke.
you want to have a good time, Susie, go to sleep and then put that one on, and then what kind of dreams you'll have.
Yeah, there was a freaky hour in there, an after dark hour in the middle of that. We had some fun with the live last night. So check out the Duster replay. We had some interesting tangents in that one. There was a whole hour-long tangent that got a little racy, spicy.
It got real.
Yeah.
Real
Yes. Susie said, oh my God, thank you. I've been so meaning to see your breakdown of Handmaid's Tale, and I forgot. Thank you. Well, thank you for being enthusiastic about wanting to watch my deep dive into the series finale. I took 3 weeks to put it out, so unfortunately it didn't do so great with views, but I'm proud of it anyway. I don't do it just for views or anything like that, but I did work really hard on it.
Did you do one for the whole series too? Like how the finale integrated with the whole series?
Well, yeah, I kind of looked back on just the overall themes of the whole thing and the journey of the characters and what this show is really all about. But I didn't do one where I really dive deep into like the entire series, but I could. It's something I've thought about doing. Yeah, because I'd like to do more Handmaid's Tale content. And no, I have not read the second book, Susie, but I want to. I want to for sure. Anyway, so anyway, let's wrap this up now. Yes, they're making a spinoff for Handmaid's Tale called The Testaments. And whenever that comes out, it'll probably be years from now. They're filming it already. They are filming it. It's in production, but it'll probably take a couple of years, knowing them, maybe 3 years. I will eventually, if I still have a channel, hopefully I will at that point. I'll be covering it. Anyway, yeah, Steve is a huge Last of Us fan, and even Steve was upset with season 2. Yeah, it was disappointing. They Druckmann and Gross stepped off the series today. Wow.
Yep, I read that.
Oh well, they kind of screwed the pooch on season 2. So
Guess so.
yeah. So honestly, that doesn't really surprise me. Mackie said you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. I would put it nicer than that, but yes. I'm going to tell you to get the hell out of here, but yeah, we do need to head out. So namaste to you too, Susie. Good night, Doc. Sweet nightmares to you. Steve said apparently a lot was filmed that was left on the cutting room floor and ruined the season. No kidding. Wow. Good night, Steve. I'm going to show TikTok before you guys all file out. I'm going to show a TikTok David posted, David Alpay, which is unusual. He's not active on social media at all. So I'm surprised that he did that. I'm really curious to see what this is. I haven't watched it yet. Anyway, yes, take care of yourselves and others, everyone. And we appreciate you, Dieter. Oh, thank you so much, Susie. Thank you. I just like hearing your perspective, and that show has so much, plus also on top the book and the history of why she wrote it. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate the support. And yeah, that show is a work of art, and the message it's sending is so important, and even now more than ever. It really is. Anyway, yes, I'm going to go do some self-care now, Dieter. First, I'll show David Alpay's TikTok, and of course my outro video on the way out of here. What? Collecting orders for blankets from Just Me? Who could I put down for one of those glorious blankets? There's something, I don't know what you guys are joking about with Just Me and blankets, but I missed something. Yes, closing time. Closing time. We won't play the song, or we'll get copyright claimed. But closing time. Mackie's like laughing my ass off. I meant nah, I'ma stay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. Yes. Taryn shared it. Yes, the TikTok. It's right. Good night with Alice. All the shows we like are works of art. Everything is art. I agree, Susie, but some art is higher than other art. I know art is subjective, but I do think that there are some pieces of art that are just a masterpiece, just an absolute masterpiece. And I really felt that way about The Handmaid's Tale. So anyway, I'm not going to digress on that any further. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to play David's TikTok really quick. And then I'll sign off and say goodnight after. I'm just curious to see this first.
Surprise, I'm back for season 4 from, yeah, things are getting weirder, darker, and somehow even more messed up than before. You'd think we'd caught a break by now. Nope. Not even close. If you want to see me doing my thing in full chaos mode come through. Want to see it live? Hit me up. Trust me, you're going to want front row seats for this ride.
Wow. That's cool. Okay.
It's gonna be fucking bananas.
It's gonna be fucking bananas. All right. That's exciting. Oh, he threw us a bone. David hardly ever uses social media. Dieter put some AI images here. Oh, some new ones. Thank you so much. How sweet of you. There's this is awesome. A nighttime faraway tree image with a symbol on it. Very cool. Faraway bottle tree. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. There's what is this? What's that? Oh, there's a violin in the tree. A bloody violin. Nice, Dieter. Really cool. And this one is another one with a violin. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm definitely gonna have to save all of these. Lovely. Just lovely. Thank you. Anyway, rate them. They're all 10 out of 10. If you said you wanted a rating, Dieter, 10 out of 10. Okay. Thank you so much for everything you do, Dieter, for this channel, for the Discord, for me. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much to the awesome, amazing co-hosts here, Scarlet and Pandecolima, aka Carl. Thank you guys for being here. It's been fun. It's been an awesome live. And to the awesome chat. Appreciate all of you guys and everybody listening, not just the chat. All of the lurkers. And hey, lurkers, you never know. If you come out of the bushes, you could wind up right here on panel like Pandecolima right here. You just never know what could happen.
Thanks, Susie.
What?
She said she liked my fairy.
That she likes your fairy avatar. Yes. We're one big family, and we are going to stay that way. Yeah, your fairy is so pretty. I love that avatar. All right. We are out of here. We'll see you. Well, if you watch Duster, if you want to watch it with us tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. Had to plug that one more time. We're watching the finale of Duster in the Discord at 9 tonight. And Friday night, we'll be back with From Academy at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. From Academy midterms trivia night. So that'll be fun. And hope to see you guys next time. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you for everything. And yeah, hope you guys have a good day or a good night, everybody.
Yeah.
And we will see you next time.
Take it easy, everyone.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow below it. Zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us, deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't